live in 3, 2, 1, live.
All right, good morning. Recognizing a quorum of commissioners, I call the March 13th, 2025 meeting of the Cannabis Control Commission to order. This meeting is being held hybrid pursuant to Chapter 2 of the Acts of 2023 and is being recorded. Commissioners Camargo, Roy, and myself are participating in today's meeting. All votes taken today will be by roll call. We have a full agenda that I will generally summarize. We will start with opening comments from commissioners and approval of 2 sets of minutes. Then the executive director will present the executive director and commission staff report. Before we proceed to staff license recommendations, there are 45 license renewal recommendations, 1 provisional license recommendation, and 4 final license recommendations, and 1 responsible vendor training renewal license recommendation. There are 5 items in the commission discussion and vote section today: delivery exclusivity working group recommendation, job description for a data analyst, tip line update, recommendation to amend section 5.4 of the testing protocol and amend administrative order number 4, requiring the licensees to submit full panel test sample for required compliance testing, and approval of 7 sets of executive session minutes. The commission may will transition to executive session to review executive session meeting minutes. I will ask that commissioners wishing to comment or ask questions during any part of the meeting raise their hand to be recognized. With those initial comments, I will turn things over to commissioners for any comments and or updates. Commissioners will go in alphabetical order. I will give my comments last, and we will begin with Commissioner Camargo.
Thank you. Good morning. I'll be brief. There's a lot on the agenda today, but I also want to just thank Commissioner Roy and yourself, Commissioner Stebbins, but more Commissioner Roy, because I know that we had a conversation just really quickly a few days ago, and we are now editing and amending the social consumption regs. And I told you to rip them up. As the public health chair, right? So Commissioner Stebbins and I have been reading these and looking at these. And we're excited that possibly next week we will release the new amended regs so that we then can come back on the 27th of March and have a full discussion on the social consumption reg. So it's really hard to be the only commissioner that hasn't been in the room while we've been developing this, because I was there for Chapter 180. So I just want to thank you for doing that work, because we're now sort of at the end of bringing those regulatory comments back, and to our I&E team that has spent some time as well with the regs looking at them. I know that the Department of Public Health has submitted comments as well. So we're looking forward to that. And obviously we've spoken to a lot of the public safety community. We're actually going to meet with the major city chiefs next week to discuss some social consumption as well. Also, you'll hear more possibly on the 27th, because we have to just run it by our ED or Hearn in terms of a social consumption city tour that will be kicking off on April 2nd. And Travis, we're going to work on a memo so that you have all that information and you can look through it. And you have any questions you can ask, obviously. But we're gonna work on that. We had a great meeting yesterday with our team. And, you know, some of the cities that we're going to be hitting first are Holyoke, Springfield, Somerville, Boston, and so on. And we have about 10 towns on our list. So we're excited that that's going to be happening. So I just want to say thank you and looking forward to that conversation.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mm-hmm. Commissioner Roy.
And thank you for that, Commissioner Camargo. And we had 2 lengthy sessions, Deputy General Counsel Mike Baker, Rachel, and Jessica. So I want to thank all of them because we really did a deep dive into them. So looking forward to the new iteration of the regulations coming out. So good morning. I want to take this time to thank the Joint Ways and Means Committee for providing the commission the opportunity on Monday at Gloucester City Hall to testify and advocate for the commission's budget for the next fiscal year. In addition to requesting maintenance funding, the commission also seeks additional funding for critical public health initiatives. including standing up a standards or reference laboratory in Massachusetts, which would provide the Commission the ability to conduct robust and essential confirmatory testing. Another worthy and necessary public health initiative would provide the Commission the ability to implement a new, modernized, patient-friendly patient portal to support our medical use of marijuana program. Both of these budget requests are vital components to help ensure and safeguard public health in the Massachusetts regulated cannabis industry. Again, I want to thank our partners in the legislature for their time and consideration of our request. I also want to take this time to thank all the folks who came out to testify during our medical program listening session. It was a very informative session with many folks sharing highly personal stories. I truly appreciate the courage it must take to do that. The major takeaways involved the current limited access to MTCs, or MTC deserts, if you will. The regulatory requirement of vertical integration, the cumbersome process of patient registration, and the Commission's outdated, not so user-friendly patient portal. I want to thank my colleagues and our staff, especially the constituent services team, for their commitment to the medical program. It is critically important we address these issues with a sense of urgency, or much like other jurisdictions, the medical program will be on a trajectory to be cannibalized by the adult use market, leaving patients with limited to no access to their medical marijuana. I also want to take this time to formally welcome our new Executive Director, Travis Ahern, to the Commission. Welcome aboard, Travis. We are excited for your tenure to begin here at the Cannabis Control Commission, and together we look forward to achieving and accomplishing great things for both the agency and the industry. Thank you so much for my time.
Thank you, Commissioner. I will note I'm wearing a tie today because I didn't want the ED to feel like he's the only person up here with a tie on. Thank you, my colleagues, for your comments. I also want to thank Commissioner Camargo and our Chief of Staff, Andrew Carter, Kate Fisk, and our constituent services team for their work to host that medical program listening session. Like Commissioner Roy said, I thought it was extremely valuable, people sharing really personal stories about how medical cannabis being available to them has changed and or saved their lives. So greatly appreciate that. A lot of work to do to follow up on some of the thoughts and comments and questions that we got. Just some other updates. Commissioner Camargo and Steve Carosello from our EPCO team and I met with a few SEP licensees out in Springfield since our last meeting. We discussed topics we heard about again over and over: lack of capital, lack of capital, limitations on advertising. One delivery operator cited the Commission's work to change the 2-driver requirement for the delivery licensees. However, that same operator shared that there is still some confusion about the delivery operator license and possible reaction that it is not a legitimate business. Let me be clear, the delivery operator license is a legitimate license. And the big difference is that they warehouse and supply tested products and deliver those safely to your home. A question was also raised about why delivery operators are not displayed on the CCC's Find a Retailer page. Great question. We should correct this. I've shared that question and opportunity with our team and hope we can move quickly to resolve that. I'd like to also thank executives from Liberty Bank who we met with, who were interested to learn more about the cannabis marketplace in Massachusetts. Last Friday, our new ED, Akila Armstrong from our EPCO team and Callie McDonald, and I visited with local officials, Senator Piano, Representative Vargas, and our licensee STEM in Haverhill to discuss the Commission's proposed social consumption regulatory framework. STEM has had a long-standing invitation out for me to visit their dispensary. They did remind me, Commissioner Camargo, you're certainly welcome to go up and visit their dispensary, but great old building right in downtown Haverhill. I had not been to downtown Haverhill. So it was great to meet some of the local officials. The local chamber director was there, as well as the mayor, the police chief, and several folks from City Hall in Haverhill also joined us for the briefing and a quick tour of STEM's building. Finally, I want to thank Commissioner Roy, our treasurer, our ED, our CFAO, and our team for making our presentation to the Joint Ways and Means Committee on Monday in historic Gloucester City Hall. It was great to connect with a number of lawmakers on the committee and answer a wide variety of questions that they had about the commission and the work of our incredible team. I want to thank Vice Chair Ferrante, Senator Oliveira for chairing the meeting. Also thank Vice Chair Ferrante for her great recommendation for lunch after we were wrapped up with our testimony. But I know Commissioner Roy and staff and a number of us are following up on some of the questions that were raised at that meeting. But successful meeting, and greatly appreciated all the questions from members of the Joint Ways and Means Committee. All right, move on. The next item on the agenda is the approval of 2 sets of minutes from the February 13th, 2025 public meeting and the February 18th, 2025 public meetings. We'll take these separately. If hopefully everybody had a chance to review the meeting minutes. Commissioner Camargo, would you move to approve the February 13th, 2025 meeting minutes?
So moved.
Commissioner Roy, would you second that?
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
And Commissioner Stebbins votes aye, 3 in favor, none opposed. Next set of minutes is from February 18th. Commissioner Roy, would you move to approve the February 18th, 2025 meeting minutes?
So moved.
Commissioner Camargo, would you second that?
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, do a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
And Commissioner Stebbins votes aye, 3 in favor, none opposed. All right. Next item on the agenda is the Executive Director and Commission Staff Report. Again, offering our welcome and greetings to our new Executive Director. This is day 9. We don't include any work on the weekends, but I'm happy to hand it over to our new Executive Director for the Executive Director and Commission Staff Report.
Thank you very much, Mr. Acting Chair. We do have a couple slides, and so the way that this item is broken up is I'll cover item number 1, operational updates from the Executive Director, and then we'll turn it over under the licensing update to the Director of Licensing, and then workforce updates and diversity, equity, inclusion updates to the Chief People Officer, who will also bring up the Director of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion when appropriate. And so for item number 1, I have a couple slides here just really covering what has been the first 9 days. So week 1 obviously was a pretty heavy week here. I have a few items to review high level. We were able to get to the majority of all staff and commissioners together on March 4th, which was my second day. I think we had over 75 people in the building, which was great to see for a variety of reasons, get to meet people in person. But also I got to see what this particular office space can handle in terms of capacity of our staff. So it was a really positive day, and people who were out on the road, especially those in the I&E inspectional services, were able to join in remotely. So that was an excellent second day in the office, and really appreciated that. And I look forward to building those relationships with staff as we go, which I'll touch on in a moment. Also got to sit down with the group of all chiefs, which was great as a group, but also in one-on-one and with commissioners to make sure that I was getting everybody's initial thoughts coming in the door. So really appreciated everybody taking that opportunity. Really, that was a lot of the first week. Additionally, I did get programmatic reviews from basically all chiefs and a number of directors in that a lot of these items that I've listed here, high level, obviously very high level interviews, initial downloads, and require much more follow-up from there. And so again, as the acting chair mentioned, I finished out that first week joining him and the government affairs and EPCO team in Haverhill. It was great to see, and I think it was sort of a precursor to some of those meetings that Commissioner Camargo mentioned as it relates to social consumption that will be coming up with some of the cities and towns that may be interested in pursuing social consumption. This was an applicant that certainly has that in mind. It is a great location, as the acting chair mentioned, right on commuter rail, right in the downtown area on a bus line. There was a lot of wonderful things about that. Feedback from the mayor, the police chief, inspectional services, the Chamber of Commerce, as well as everybody involved in that licensee's businesses. It was a very good discussion to end my first week. Slide 2, getting into what this week is, which hasn't ended yet, but has been action-packed as well. We started out the week, as was mentioned by the acting chair and Commissioner Roy, in Gloucester. And I think what I'd like to highlight from that was not just the wonderful presentation, all the work that went into that through the comms team and government affairs, but what I thought was a really positive step forward for us in the legislature in terms of a lot of good back and forth Q&A, opportunities for us to follow up on what we are looking for and why we are needing to partner with the legislature on our FY26 budget and beyond. Beyond that, I just want to highlight, and all of those questions again, I mean, we had questions from Senator Oliveira, Rep. Smola, Senator Gomez had probably 5 questions that were all great. Rep. McKenna had a number of good questions. Rep. Sullivan Almeida also a number of good questions and opportunities for follow-up that have already been taking place through the team. 2 other things I'll mention for this week. Obviously, we're in the public meeting for that 3rd item, so there's been a lot of prep for that. So really getting to see this whole process. Obviously, I've been involved in a lot of public meetings in my career. And so understanding the process here has been a wonderful experience, a lot of great effort from staff and the commissioners. Also this week, General Counsel to my right noted that there was a motion in June of 24 related to delegation of certain responsibilities to the chiefs and directors while we had the acting ED. That motion was originally had a sunset mechanism in there where when the new ED started and was onboarded, that would sunset. And so that has happened and that has been notified to a number of individuals. I note that, certainly if there were opportunities or finding efficiencies that happened in the last 6 to 7 months since that motion, I'm going to work with all departments to see if anything needs to be memorialized moving forward. But also any of those opportunities would have to make sure that we had the right checks and balances in place. So I'll follow up with the commissioners as I move forward in that process. But as of now, that motion has sunset. And so for next steps, obviously.
Commissioner?
Not to interrupt, but on that motion to delegate, and it's been sunsetted, if you memorialize anything, it's my understanding it'd have to come back for a vote, correct?
I think there are probably some specific instances where anything would have to come back for a vote, but I'm looking at the whole sort of gamut of everything we've been doing over the last 7 months. So it was more of a general statement, but yes, I think we'll be having discussion.
Thank you.
Absolutely. And so for next steps, I've had the opportunity, obviously, through Joint Ways and Means to meet a lot of our legislative contacts. The appointing authorities are obviously high up on the priority list for additionally meeting and greeting, relationship building, and future collaboration. And there's a number of state departments that I think, we have excellent opportunities as we move forward to work with. I think Commissioner Roy was able to highlight at the budget hearing opportunities that have already happened through partnering with other state agencies and AAA on programming. So I think there's a lot of opportunities that I'd like to build on with other state agencies that I think can help us advance our mission. And so a lot of those meetings will be happening tomorrow and into week 3. And then again, just continue meetings with all directors, managers, and all staff. Is sort of what I'm progressing through, and then hitting a cadence with my meetings with chiefs as well and commissioners is a high priority for week 3. So it's been a bit of a whirlwind. Obviously, this is week 2, and that's a bit to cover. So, but I think that was as expected, and I appreciate the support of the commissioners and all staff to date. It's been a great first weekend, 4/5.
All right, next, we'll turn to licensing updates with our Director of License.
Hold on, my phone.
Mike? Hello, everyone. Nice to see you. All right, so let's get through, our usual slides. We have 1 application currently awaiting first review, 7 applications awaiting supplemental review, one application for provisional license consideration and 3 licensees for final license consideration. And there is the number of active certified patients. Next slide. Here, as you can see, the numbers have only gone up by 5 in terms of commence ops. So we've added 5 commence operations since last month. Next slide. Here's our wonderful pizza tracker that we show you every month. Again, not much change here. Again, just a reminder, this shows all the licenses from the pending application stage as they move through the process.
Commissioner Ronca.
Director Coble, we received an email, all of us, Monday, that the entity has applied for a standards laboratory. Have you received any such application yet?
There is an application in the queue, yes,
This would be our first one.
correct.
Okay.
And just a reminder, this data was pulled as of 2/27, so in case it's not reflected here, it's likely that it wasn't submitted at the time. Okay, next slide. So Commissioner Roy, during the last public meeting, you had asked for certain cultivation related numbers. So I believe one of the things you wanted to see are the cultivation applications and license statuses for active only licensees. So as you can see, the commence ops column highlights the total number and canopy for active only cultivators. And then, with the corresponding tiers. And as you can see, as we've previously discussed, the bulk is in tier 1 through 3. And then, 6.9% are in the higher tiers.
Commissioner.
Director Coble, I had emailed you, so I just want to share what I had emailed you about. So a question came up about I had brought up the square footage of canopy in Massachusetts, and you can see here it's listed at 3.695 million. And then I subsequently got an email saying, well, the commission has ranges. So for instance, tier 1 is up to 5,000, tier 2, 5,001 to 10,000. So explain how we get to that 3.6. Do we use the top of the tier? So it's really not like accurate to the exact square footage.
Correct. It's not. Yes, the way the reports pull the high end of the tier. And I'm not sure if investigations would have, if they have a more accurate way of assessing like how much of the tier is actually being used. But for our reports, pulling data wise, we're only reporting the higher end.
So maybe moving forward, if they're unable to ascertain that to the exact square footage, maybe we just put another asterisk saying, rounded up to the highest the tier. Maybe we just put another asterisk underneath that one.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any more questions on this slide? Okay, next slide. So here's the breakdown between indoor and outdoor cultivators. Again, this is only reflecting active only licensees. So, as you can see, there's a big difference between how many we have that are indoor versus outdoor. Any questions? Okay, next slide. Okay, so you had also asked us to do a comparison of all the cultivation applications over the years, starting, in 2022. So basically here, as you can see, in 2022, it was around 2,400,000, and current day we're almost doubled. Not exactly doubled, but 4.4 million. And again, this comprises everything active and non-active. So yeah, that's why the number is, yeah, I knew that. Yep, definitely.
Yes, you knew that was in my head.
Yeah, yeah.
I know. And if I may,
course.
Chair. I want to thank you, Director Cole, and your team, because I guess I asked for a lot.
No,
Thank
no,
you so much.
no, anytime, anytime. And just to clarify, so for the standards lab that you were asking about, they submitted the application on 3/10, so 3 days ago.
Thank you for the update.
You're welcome. Next slide, please. So now we are back on our HCAs. So as you can see, we have a total of 885 initial HCAs that we've reviewed, 233 models. So that number's gone up by, sorry, just 1 second. So it has risen to 226. So it's approximately went up by 20 compared to last month. We received a couple more waivers. Our compliant HCA numbers have gone up by 80, so we were able to approve 80 more HCAs compared to last month. And I think you, Commissioner, had asked to outline the non-compliant HCAs as well. So that currently, well, at the time the data was pulled, that number was 205. And in terms of number of compliant towns with at least one compliant HCA, that number went up by 9.
9 more.
Yes.
Sure, right.
Director Coble, so if I look at the number of model HCAs, it's 233.
Mm-hmm.
And then I look at underneath the compliant
Mm-hmm.
model okay, and then compliant HCAs is 626. So the models are baked into the
Yes.
6.
Correct.
Okay, and then the compliant ones are 226. So that means the difference is ones that had many, like sometimes it's not a signature, you said.
Yeah, sometimes, yeah, or sometimes, they'll make a little tweak that will be non-compliant, or, they'll forget to fill in certain parts of it, such as the term date, of effective date. So usually minor things, but still it's stuff that would result in a non-compliant HCA.
And just to reiterate, the 130 towns with compliant HCAs means they have at least one.
At least
Like,
one,
that's
correct.
not all, but it means at least one.
That's correct, yeah. It means at least one. As you know, municipalities don't have to blanket give everyone a compliant HCA. We don't have control over that, so they can, I guess, choose who they contract with and how they enter these contracts. So it's at least one, though.
And, I'm sorry, go
Oh,
ahead.
oh,
Commissioner
oh,
Kumar. Just a quick question, looking at the non-compliant HCAs, how has that number moved? And if we're sitting here next month, do you think there'll be a substantial change in that number?
I mean, the reason that's difficult to answer is because we don't know how many HCAs we'll receive. Like, it's possible, maybe in the next month we'll have 100 new submissions that will all be non-compliant for whatever reason. So it's really difficult. I guess we'll have to watch the trend. I mean, overall, I feel from where we started to where we are now, we definitely see more compliant HCAs. We are able, as you can see, since last month, our compliant HCA numbers have gone up by 80. So I think it's going in a positive direction, but it's difficult to predict, what we're going to get in the next month.
No worries. Olivia, thank you. I'm just curious because I know that, our new ED is here, which is great. And I really like this slide because it allows us, we don't know every single thing.
Right.
In terms of what's happening in, at a very granular level. But when I look at this slide, I can tell, obviously, I think all of us can, that there's a lot of work that's going into play here. But I'm just curious, who's managing the reviews of these HCAs and what team and how many of you all? Because it's a lot.
Yeah, so thank you for pointing that out. It is my team. It is the licensing team. So we have approximately 6 licensing specialists that are working on these. And just a reminder, the 885, that doesn't mean those are all the HCAs that have been reviewed, because that's just the initial submission. So oftentimes each HCA will be re-reviewed, every submission. So we're in well over 1,000 at this point. And as you know, these are dense contracts. The that people, you can't just skim through. You have to do a very thorough review. The investigations team also reviews some HCA's as part of the PPLI process. So, and I'm not sure, I believe everyone on that team, I would have to ask the director of investigations. But the bulk is currently being reviewed by licensing.
And that's on top of everything you guys are doing.
Yeah.
That's not just the people assigned to these HCA's.
Correct, yeah.
Thank you so much. I'm just curious. Thank you.
No problem.
Commissioner Roy?
Director Koval, on the non-compliant HCA's, I see the SCP and EEA category currently have 33 non-compliant
Mhm.
HCA's. So, what does the commission do? Does the EPCO team reach out? Like, what happens there? Like, these folks are aware that now they have up to 600 days. Like, is there any outreach for that group?
I mean, there isn't any specific outreach to the SCPEAs. I mean, they would receive the non-compliant, the host community agreement determination notice, which informs them. I'm not sure I can speak on behalf of EPCO. I'm not sure if they do any reach outs or what communications. I know the SCP folks reach out to director of EPCO a lot for questions. But yeah, that they would just receive the determination notice from the licensing team.
So when we administrative extension up to 600 days, how is that communicated with folks?
So we had a bulletin posted on our enforcement page, then it was also on our social media platforms as well as Metric and emailed out to everyone. Yeah, all the
licensees received that directly?
Yes.
Email?
Yes.
Okay.
Just before we get off this page and move on to the next slide, it's, first of all, kudos to you and the entire team. This is a lot of work. Love to see the number of towns with compliant HCA's growing. And these conversations, and I see Dave O'Brien from the CBA in the back, this started with, a lot of grassroots voices chiming in, talking to the legislature, hearing from us that we needed to make these changes. And all of the travels I've made, I've never heard one licensee say, I'm not willing to pay for the impacts that I might have on my community.
Mhm.
And the mechanism through Chapter 180 still allows a community to recoup any
Correct.
impacts that they can validate are being, are being felt by the community because of a licensee's presence. It's also, we have conversations. We heard a little bit about, we had the question, I think, at the Ways and Means hearing the other day about what's going on with the Massachusetts market now that other jurisdictions have come online. And for some of these licensees to get that money back in their pocket is allowing them to stay competitive and allowing them to invest in their business. So I know we look at the numbers, but I think it's important to realize what drove this and why we are where we are, because the competitive landscape is getting more competitive. Impacts were not being realized, and to allow the opportunity for some of this money to get back into the hands of our licensees so they can make decisions on behalf of their business, while at the same time not taking them out of any obligations that they might have to pay for impacts that a community is feeling, I think is critically important. And as we go through this, we see the numbers, but I think we need to remind ourselves what the purpose was here and why Chapter 180 passed with all of this work that we've undertaken. Commissioner Roy, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm going to echo you a little bit, Acting Chair, and I do want to thank you, Director Koval, and your team. This is a huge undertaking. It's hard to believe now it's a year since we started to approve, review.
It is.
Yes. So, right? We marked
Yes. Wow.
2024. It's a year now. So I guess my question is, now that it's a year, we're going to start to see if any community impact fees are submitted to the commission in an itemized fashion. Have we started to receive those yet?
Not yet.
Okay, and
Yep.
when we do, start to receive those. The commission, I guess, for lack of a better term, calls balls and strikes on, right? If we think that it's reasonably related
Correct.
on those.
Correct.
So we're almost starting to now enter that phase where you should be, if there are any that are in existence, start to receive them. So I guess if you could give us updates.
Yes.
On that.
We'll let you know.
Because now I
Definitely.
feel like we're gonna be entering that phase.
Definitely.
Thank you.
100%. There are no more questions. We can move on to the next.
We're good. We can move on.
All right.
I'm just trying to process that it's been a year.
Right?
Yeah, I didn't actually, when you said it, I was like, wait, what? That's true.
Celebration for that.
Executive Director, go.
I would just point out from the town side, which I was on, we went through the process, and I like that we're on our list of compliant for the town of Holliston there. So, we went through a few iterations using our town council, which is an outsourced firm. We updated our HCA's, we submitted them, we got some feedback, we addressed that feedback, we resubmitted them, got the notice that they were all set. So it was a really good process from that end as well, that I would say that I had that opportunity to go through.
Great feedback. Thank you.
Sure.
We appreciate that.
It's funny, actually, I was reviewing one the other day and I noticed your signature and I was like, oh, it's full circle.
Still valid?
Okay, so here we have some additional stats. Number of again, this applies to initial HCA reviews, not resubmissions. Currently, we have 19 under review, and number of initial host community agreement determination notices sent out is 649. In terms of extensions, we've gone up by 200 since last month. So again, people are using these extensions. I believe I saw some thank you emails as well after the motion was passed last month. Thank you to the board for allowing another 240 days. One thing I want to pause here though and remind the industry is it is your responsibility to ensure that your license will not expire. Every licensee receives multiple reminders, automated reminders about their upcoming expiration date. And, I just want to say, please keep track of your expiration date and if needed, submit an extension request prior to expiring. This information is also outlined in all our bulletins in May and February as well, but just something that, I wanted to remind everybody as well.
Olivia, thank you for reminding
Mhm.
folks that, because I know that recently somebody had to close for a day or two because of the renewal process. And I'm glad to hear that you guys said that on a bulletin. But also, like, when that happens, I hope and I assume, and I always tell people, like, you don't hear from our team, which you should, like, feel free to reach out to us, right? Or even constituent services, because not having your business open even for one day is taxing. And, a lot of these companies are dealing with a lot. So it's a good reminder. We should keep saying it and keep seeing the bullet.
Yes.
Of course, everybody's responsible for their own business. But sometimes, there's lawyers working with them and the owners probably.
Correct.
And the GM and all that stuff. But I did hear recently that someone had to shut down for a day for that same situation. So.
Yeah, it's definitely important to, ensure like that should be a focus of ensuring everybody knows, speak to your lawyer if you have somebody else overseeing your license operations, ensure you keep an eye on that expiration date. For our bulletin, through Mass CIP, we're unable to extend if you apply after expiration, so then it becomes a manual process. So definitely can't emphasize enough, keep an eye on your expiration dates and submit an extension request prior to expiring.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Olivia, have you heard anything about, and if you don't have the answer, please, you don't have the answer today, but I keep hearing, I know that the certificate of good standing is a hurdle, right? If you're not paying your taxes, or if you don't have the money, you can't get that certificate of good standing, which then doesn't allow you to renew. But have you heard something as it pertains to the DOR trying to collect like 21 days before it's actually due? Have you guys seen that at all?
If Sorry, can you?
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, me too. I'm a little confused. And I'll get more information, but I was told that DOR has been sort of like they're supposed to submit their payment on X day.
Mhm.
The DOR is now trying to collect it 21 days in advance of that due date. Again, this is just hearsay here, but.
Yeah, I am not aware of that. I'm not sure if anyone else on the INE team, but I think I would have heard something about it since we do look for that during the licensing process, but
It's more, but it's
Yeah.
something that has come to my.
please let us know if that's something
Yes,
that you,
I'll ask.
okay.
Commissioner Roy?
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Camargo, I have heard that anecdotally as well.
Yeah.
That they're collecting in advance. But I don't have a lot of information other than that. My question is, Director Koval, about the determination notices.
Mhm.
So can you just share a little information? So a determination notice, does it go out no matter what, if it's compliant, you determine it's compliant? Or
No.
a determination notice only goes out if there is an issue of non-compliance?
Correct.
Okay, so, and if there is an issue of non-compliance in the four corners of the HCA contract, it goes to whom? It goes to both parties, correct?
Yes, the municipality and the license.
Okay,
That's
and
correct.
then, do they have X amount of days is there any kind of, deadline within that notice, determination notice?
I mean, we don't put a deadline because, as you know, negotiations differ per each party involved. So, I mean, we can't, I guess, rush the process for lack of better terms. So,
So it just goes out though to both? parties?
yes,
And so when when it is deemed compliant, who gets that notification that it's compliant? Both parties?
yes, it goes by email, yes.
So like approval letter?
Yeah, it's basically your host community agreement has been approved.
Wonderful. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. That's it for me.
Director, thank you. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Next, we have, I don't know if they wish to come up together, but our workforce update with our Chief People Officer and our diversity, equity, and inclusion update with our Director of Diversity and Inclusion, Dr. Chatterjee. So welcome to our CPO. Welcome, Dr. Chatterjee. Okay. But first, we're going to take a 5-minute break. So we will be in recess for 5 minutes. All right.
Thank you. I want to be better. I want to be comfortable. Thank you. Oh, why is this huge? I want to.
All right. Welcome back. Again, I'm happy to invite up our Chief People Officer, Debbie Hilton Creek, and our Director of Diversity and Inclusion, Dr. Chatterjee. So,
Good morning.
yep.
Um, First, I'd like to say I am so extremely happy to have our ED on board. I've been celebrating well before March 3rd when he started, and I just wanted to give a hearty welcome to Travis Ahern and welcome. We're looking forward to serving under your leadership, and I think we got the best of the bunch, and that's a CPO perspective. So welcome and thank you for accepting the role. Okay, so we're going to just jump right into the workforce report, and I think we have our first slide up. So welcome to our team. We did bring on 3 new individuals. One, by the way, is internal in an interim role. First, Zachary Prevel. He started as an IT support specialist in January. And Zachary comes to us with nearly 4 years experience supporting nationwide networks that really encompass about 1,600 locations. So Zachary, welcome to the team. We're happy to have you on board, and thank you also for accepting the role of IT support specialist. Our next welcome, and this is welcome into the role, is Timothy Barwise. Timothy has been moved into the interim director of testing role. And Tim comes to us with, I'm sorry, Timothy, I don't know if you go by Tim yet, but Timothy comes to us with a bachelor's in natural resources conservation from the University of Mass Amherst. He's also NCIT certified, which means that that's a national certification for investigator and inspector in training. So welcome to Tim, who will be serving temporarily in that role until we recruit for a new director of testing. So I need to just comment just briefly on the director of testing role. We did hire a director of testing, and unfortunately, after 1 week, he resigned. And just to be clear to the media, the resignation was because of an opportunity that he received that allowed him to move out of the state and be closer with family. And here at the commission, we're all about family, so we totally understand, even though we were extremely disappointed because he was the best of the candidates that we had interviewed for the role. So welcome Tim into the temporary role, and we wish Daniel Wigan the best. Next, we already have welcomed Travis, but we'll do it again. Welcome to our team, the executive director. Travis comes to us with a master's degree in public administration from Northeastern University and Hobart College. He earned a Bachelor of Arts in political science. So great educational background for the role. I wish we all had here at the commission, a degree in psychology or something, maybe a minor. That would be great. So welcome to the team, all 3 of you. We're happy to have you on board. Next slide, please. So open positions, this is the recruitment update that I have for you. And right now, if you do the math real quick, we have about 10 or 11 positions that are open that we're trying to fill. I did include the key to each one at the top. So we have 2 associate counsel roles that we are onboarding. We have an associate general counsel role. Associate enforcement counsel is within the I&E department. Associate general counsel is within the legal department. 4 investigators are interviewing. We have 2 fiscal specialists. One is in offer pending and one is interviewing. We have a licensing specialist with an offer pending. In addition to those internal promotional opportunities, as you know, we started creating some internal promotional opportunities for staff in 2024. We continue to do that as we look at open position and look at our staff, in terms of their talent, their skills, their experience, and create some of those promotional opportunities for them to move on in their career. Director of Enforcement Training, there's an offer pending there. First Enforcement Council, an offer is also pending, and the licensing manager role is posted. So the Director of Enforcement Training and the the First Enforcement Council position, if you recall, those were temporary positions, temporary promotional opportunities that we had moved a couple internal candidates in those roles. So the offers are pending. When we get the acceptance, then we will report out at the next public meeting internally before that. But at the next public meeting, we'll report out on those who have accepted the roles.
Commissioner Roy has a question.
Thank you, CPO. Was there another internal promotion opportunity, investigations manager?
We have not, yes, we did. I so apologize for that. We did have an internal promotional opportunity. And I'm sorry, I'm remiss in including that. I will get that information and I'll report out before the meeting ends.
Sounds great.
Thank you. Hopefully one of my staff members is listening and can get that to me.
Exactly.
Thank you. Okay, so moving on to the next slide, please. So let's go into the employee demographics for 2024. So just a preface on this particular report, we usually were reporting on a fiscal year. And so now I think it's easier for us to report on the calendar year. And so we've switched over to reporting on the calendar year. So our demographics for 2024, as you can see, we had 8% Asian. And when I say employee population, I mean all of our employees, right? And that also includes commissioners because commissioners are considered employees of the commission. We have Black African American at 26%, Hispanic at 6%, unspecified 3%, and the unspecified are those individuals who chose not to identify. And white, we have 57%. The female population, we have 53%. Male, we have 45%. And unspecified, again, those who chose not to identify, 2%. Okay, and I can tell you that I don't have it, and I wish I had put it up there, but 2023 was very similar. We did see a little bit of an increase in the male population, and we did see a little bit of an increase in the Black African American population and the Asian, but not significant increases, but increases nonetheless.
Commissioner Roy.
Thank you, Chair. The last statistic, the turnover rate
Turnover rate.
at 12%. Do you know how we are comparable to other government agencies? Do we have any kind of comparisons?
I have not compared us to other government agencies, but I can do that. What I have compared us to is the cannabis industry. And turnover for the cannabis industry was predicted to be upwards of 54%. That's an annual turnover rate in the cannabis industry, 54%. We were at 12% in 2024. So I think I had reported before on the turnover rate, and I think at that time we might have been probably close to 12%, but I am really not concerned about the turnover rate. We had, and as we go through the slides, you will see a little bit more information that will kind of connect the dots for you. But I'm not overly concerned about a 12% turnover rate at this point.
Yeah, and the reason I bring it is not out of bring up the issue is not out of concern, but maybe that's a normal rate, and maybe that's below average rate, and comparing it not to industry, but to maybe, I don't know how many employees are at gaming, another independent agency within Massachusetts, or maybe other cannabis agencies that are comparable in size in other states.
Happy to do that
Yeah.
at the next meeting, Commissioner Roy. And also keep in mind that maybe I should give you some information about how we calculate the turnover rate. So the way we calculate the turnover rate, we take the average number of how many employees we had at the beginning of the year, how many employees we had at the end of the year. Then we calculate the average for that. We divide that into the number of employees that have left the agency, and then we multiply by 100. And so that's how we get the turnover rate. So we look at what we start with, what we end with, what the average is, and how many people left us. And that's the metric that we use to calculate turnover. So the reason I told you that is because that it depends on the size of the organization.
Right.
So if gaming has 119 people, which last time I looked, it might have been 119, 120-ish, somewhere in there, and we have 140, the turnover rate is going to look very different based on the metrics that we use to show the calculation. But happy to pull those and give those for you, bring those for you.
You mentioned that we're employees of the commission. So are we factored into the?
Yes, you are.
Okay.
You are included. Great question.
Yeah, and just to add, I like the idea of seeing how we stack up against potentially other government agencies or other government agencies doing the things that we do. I expect 12% when you compare us to outside industry is probably significantly low. And just keep in mind, if you do look at mass gaming, I think you're right about the number, but they also have a number of seasonal employees, which we don't. So I don't know how much that figures into it.
Yeah, and I can do two calculations for them in terms of the turnover rate. If I can get the numbers, I can calculate based on seasonal and I can calculate based on regular. So we should be able to take a look at that. Okay, so any other questions on this slide? We can go to the next slide, please. So here I showed you the sample size for that was used to calculate the turnover rate. The 14 people are the ones that left in 2024. So in calculating how many we had at the beginning, how many we had at the end, divide that into 14 and we get 12%. Now there's some rounding going on. So typically if it's over 5, 6, 7, we'll round up to the next decimal. Okay.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Wait.
But
Hold on. Hold on 1 second. Okay. All right. Question. Sorry.
so I see up top exit reasons cited. So we do conduct exit interviews with everyone. I feel there's always a lot to be learned in an exit interview. So
Yeah.
that is an ongoing, because it wasn't always a practice. It's what it is now.
Yes.
Okay.
And the first lesson in exit interviews is that we never get 100% participation.
I see that.
Yeah. So we never get 100% participation. We try very hard, but sometimes individuals are not comfortable doing exit interviews because they think for some reason it's going to be held against them. I try to do them myself because sometimes I can get employees to, kind of give me some information and that they're comfortable sharing with me. But we do our best to get as many as we possibly can. So of the 14 people who left, 57%, and again, we round up because of, odd numbers, 57% responded. And here they cited, and these aren't, they're not prioritized in any order. We just put the reasons people left. Performance issues, lack of support at work, family, personal, obligations. And again, another reason why we should look at the work-life balance, because if employees don't have that work-life balance, they tend to leave and move on to another agency or another job that will allow them to have that work-life balance. Better job opportunity, professional growth. And I gotta say, I can put a plug in for the state of Massachusetts here because roughly 50% of the people who leave us go to other state agencies. So we are training individuals to work at other state agencies. So they come in and they get really great training. And then they leave us. Unfortunately, sometimes new industries can be training grounds or considered training grounds. And so while we hate to see them go, you know, we're happy they're at least going to another state agency, and we're happy that they have, you know, gotten great skills, great, you know, experience here at the commission where they can move on, you know, with their career with another agency or somewhere else, and are higher earners than, you know, what we can offer them. So, and then of course, workplace requirements, conflict with manager leadership. This is overall. Conflict with manager leadership is overall leadership. This includes commissioners. So we do get, you know, complaints regarding, you know, management leadership when employees are leaving. And as you can see, organizational culture, those are two areas that we really need to focus on. And what we had been focusing on over the last, you know, year and a half. However, it takes a village, meaning every one of our leadership team members need to participate in improving our culture.
Commissioner Roy, go ahead.
Debbie, can you just explain the math? So if I add up all the issues, it's 12. And then
Yeah.
there's 8 responded. So I'm assuming of the 8, some of them had multiple. reasons.
Exactly.
But then the sample size is 14.
Exactly. Yeah, so you can't add that number and equal 14. It won't equal 14 because some individuals had more than one comment. So the one that had a comment about performance issues might also have a comment about conflict with management. So those numbers will not add up.
The 8 of the 14 is the 57% response, and then every individual
Had multiple.
One or
reflected would be reflected. Yep.
Yeah, okay,
Exactly.
thank you.
Okay, next slide, please. Unless there are other questions on this slide. Okay. So here, 20, wait, this is the same, it didn't roll yet. Okay, all right. So in 2024, the turnover rate for 2024, 12%. So, and we have that on each slide as a reminder, especially when we're reporting out on the reasons why people are leaving. So here, least likable experience at the commission, interdepartmental conflict, absence of workplace efficiency, management leadership again, you know, style. And again, these are not in priority or order of the number of percentage of responses we get. Workplace policies and communication styles, and organizational culture again. So here, look at the bars on these 4. If we add them to the other 2, then the ED is going to be saying to the CPO, okay, you have some goals for 2025, right? So, and we do need to look at organizational culture, you know, comes up again. We do need to really focus on that. And relationships matter, collaboration matter, cooperation matter, and above all, respect matters. So we really do need to take a look. One of the ways that we can address a lot of these, I have actually rewritten the entire employee policy manual. That has not gone into review yet. We're hoping to start the internal review process. The ED will get to review this. Commissioners will get to review the policy manual. The general counsel will get to review it. Chiefs will get to review these policies. And then once we get through all of the internal review process. We'll send it to external counsel to give us the final approval. And then we're going to be rolling out a new employee policy and procedure manual. So that we just had a meeting yesterday and we sort of decided that the best time for us to do that would be at the beginning of the fiscal year, because we have some other initiatives that we're working on that will be rolled out around the same time.
Commissioner?
Debbie, have you also looked at the enhanced code of ethics?
Yes, I've looked at every policy, and that's a great question, because what we did with the policy manual, every policy will have a reference in terms of another policy that works with that policy. So a disciplinary policy will reference the ethics policy, will reference the, performance, management, salary, we do cross-referencing with the policies so that employees will know when you're looking at one policy doesn't necessarily mean that it's restricted to that one policy, that we could have multiple policies, especially when we're doing employee development or we're doing disciplinary actions. We have multiple policies that we need to work from.
Just to follow up on the enhanced code of ethics. So I think we all agree all of it needed updating, but it was never filed with the Secretary of State. It's supposed to have technically been filed. That was never filed.
We'll
So,
have to file it.
so now do we get to look at this before? I think we should have the board should have the opportunity to look at it and before anything is filed. But I think it's important that we get a look at it, and then subsequently, once we agree on it, then I think it never was filed. So for whatever reason.
So rest assured, Commissioner Roy, as I mentioned before, you all will have the opportunity to review all of our policies, every single one of them. Because you are going to have to be able to work with these policies just like the rest of the staff. So it'll be good for you to understand them, understand how they're applied. And part of the rollout will be that we're going to be doing trainings. We're going to do trainings with the chiefs, directors, managers, the entire staff, because they will need to know how these policies are interpreted and how they will be applied, because that's really critical for us to have a successful employee policy and procedures manual.
I think the opportunity to bring that back would be helpful. I know when I first got here, I looked at the enhanced code of ethics. Gaming had a similar requirement in statute to stand up their own. I'm sure in the rush to stand up this commission, they might have just borrowed that, but it might need some. I know there were a couple of places that we could adjust it to fit our needs and our purposes, but still maintain the the enhanced code of ethics when thinking that through. So.
Right, and I think a major component of this new initiative is that it's going to have greater accountabilities embedded within these policies to improve, to help managers be more effective in holding, not only providing those opportunities for employees to grow and develop, but also holding employees accountable for the work that we do here.
Commissioner and then or JC.
Debbie, so just so I want to make sure I understand this accurately, that we'll have a policies and procedures manual that will replace the employee handbook.
Great question.
And then a separate document for the enhanced code of ethics, both which will be reviewed by the board and on the ED, and the GC and the DC, and then filed appropriately once.
Yep.
Okay.
And the enhanced code of ethics will be incorporated into the policy manual. Absolutely.
General Counsel.
Thank you, Acting Chair. I just did want to point out regarding the current enhanced code that we're operating under, that was filed with the State Ethics Commission. So that I can confirm with you. I did speak with somebody over there regarding this some while ago. And to the extent that there are updates, we will certainly comply. filing with whoever we need to.
I totally agree. We will need to refile.
So I said Secretary of State, but I meant state ethics. So I have email saying it wasn't filed. So when was it filed?
Well, I can dig that up, and this dates back to, I think, 2019 or so is when the enhanced code was adopted, and it was filed around that time. But I can certainly get back to you with.
Okay, because my understanding was even though it wasn't filed, it was still in effect, even though it wasn't filed. So I'd be curious because I got completely different information than that.
And can I inquire where you heard that from?
I'd have to dig up the email. I don't want to mischaracterize and say somebody, so I, at a break, I'll find it and be able to share it with you.
Great. We can talk offline.
Thank you.
Okay, good. Those are great points. And, you know, again, with a revision, you know, definitely will need refiling. So thank you for bringing that up, Commissioner Lloyd. Appreciate that.
I think Deputy Jason,
Thank you. To your point,
can you turn your mic on?
yeah, sorry. Thank you, Mr. Acting Chair. And Commissioner Roy, to your point, if there is an update required for the enhanced code, you can, you know, review that and we can update it with the State Ethics Commission. So ultimately, you'll have an opportunity to opine if you need to.
Okay. Any more questions on this slide before we move on to 2023? Okay, next slide, please. It takes a little bit to load. Okay,
Yeah.
Commissioner Smart.
Debbie, so we're going to 2023, just so you're going back.
I always put the current first. I
Okay.
report on the current first.
I see,
Now
I
I'm
see.
reporting on 2023.
I
I
see.
don't think we've actually reported on turnover,
Got it.
not turnover, exit interviews for 2023. So I thought it would be good for us to report so you could see, you know, the difference from 2023 to 2024.
And Debbie, just remind me, you were the CPO in 2023?
In 2023, I arrived in August,
Okay, so this is from
August,
when you were,
actually August 28th.
okay. so
Yeah,
this is
but
from
it
when you
covers
were-
the entire 2023, January through December of 2023.
Okay, but we said we weren't doing exit interviews before you got here.
No, that's not
Okay.
what I meant. Exit interviews were being done, but they were not like consistent.
Okay,
And we didn't get a lot of people.
okay,
You
so
know,
for 2023, the data you're about to show us, is it from August when you started, or does it cover the first half of the year as well?
It also
Kind of
covers,
put
yeah,
together. Okay.
it covers the entire year. So there might have been a couple in the first 6 months and,
Yeah, yeah.
you know, more in,
And Debbie, just so that I understand this, why are we talking about 2023 now?
I didn't report on 2023 before, so I wanted to give everybody a snapshot of 2023,
Got it.
where we were in 2023 and where we were in 2024.
And then now we're.
And especially because of the exit interview comments to show the consistency with 2023 and 2024.
I'm just kind of like, I wish we would have had this last year, right? To just sort of see it and understand it. So thank you.
We did a little bit of reporting out last year, but
Yeah, I remember.
not this extensive.
Yeah.
Okay, so 2023, reasons for people leaving. And again, you can see there are a couple additions here, but it's pretty consistent with what was happening in 2023, sort of spilled over to 2024. So the turnover rate in 2023 was 14%. In 2024, that went to 12%. The reasons in 2023, people were retiring, lack of internal communication, family, personal. Again, there's that work-life balance. That's another component that's consistent. Better job opportunity, professional goals. Congratulations, state. Took some of our employees. Lack of opportunity to grow in the industry or in the agency. Lack of workplace support, conflict with manager leadership, and organizational culture. So again, I wanted to show the 2 years so that we could see the consistency with the issues that we were dealing with, you know, as people leave the agency and reasons why they were leaving. Okay, next slide, please. Least likable experience in 2023, work from home format. We had, you know, one individual commented on that. No response from others, absence of workplace efficiency, organizational culture, management leadership style. So here again, the consistency in the issues that we're facing here at the commission in terms of our employee. And we use all this to gauge employee engagement. Not leverage, gauge. Okay, any questions there?
You have a motion.
Commissioner Camargo?
Yeah, Debbie, you just said it's employee engagement. When was the last time we did an employee engagement survey?
We haven't done one yet, but we're getting there.
So we did it before you came then?
I believe there was one that was
Okay.
done.
Okay.
I'm not sure what year,
Okay.
but I can check on that.
Yeah, just because I mean, we're seeing this, right? I'll be honest, I'm like 2023, you know, thank you for the information. And 2024 is just recent, obviously.
Yeah.
But I think an employee engagement survey would be very helpful. I know we did one before to see how it correlates, obviously, with this stuff, because these are exit interviews,
Yeah,
you know, versus the actual employees that are
Right.
here. And listen, no workplace is perfect.
and that's a good, that's a good
But
point.
we should, you know, yeah, it's been a while since
Yeah.
we've done one, and we're looking at this, but nothing parallel to
Yeah.
engagement.
And can I just say that one of the reasons why we have not done an employee survey yet is because we wanted to give our DEI director to get in front of the staff to start mining the engagement response that we will get from some of the initiatives that we're going to be pushing out. So, but once we do that, we will have an employee engagement survey.
Yeah, and but yes, I hear you and thank you for that. But you got here August 28th, 2023, Dr. Shatter.
July of last year,
June of 2020.
June.
June of 2024. Okay, so you've almost been here almost a year as well. So we have nothing on you and nothing on Debbie, but we haven't had an employee engagement in 2 years, pretty much.
Yeah,
So,
and it's coming. Like I said,
okay,
it's-
yeah.
we just wanted to build a baseline
Yeah.
for, you know, for making sure that the information that we're getting back is accurate.
Yeah. I just want to make sure too, and sorry to Debbie to interrupt you, is that we're hearing this, and we're hearing all this about exit interviews on 2023, 2024, but then we have no parallel information on employee engagement. So this is a picture of exit interviews, but not on actual present, the last 2 years, 2.5 years of present employee engagement, whether, you know, good, bad, or indifferent. So that's my comment to everybody, not just to.
Totally understand.
Yeah.
And again, this is just a snapshot
Mhm.
of a very small population,
Yes.
small
Yes.
percentage
Yes.
of the population of the
Yes.
employees.
Absolutely.
So this is important for us from a retention perspective, because if we have employees who are leaving and this is what they're telling us, more than likely, you know, we can anticipate that we have other employees within the employee population who may be thinking about leaving. So from a retention perspective, this is critical for HR to pay attention to.
And it kind of goes beyond just the employee engagement
Yeah.
piece. It does go, and I think CPO touched upon it a little bit earlier, which is designing the, you know, internal professional development and everything else that needs to go along with that. So,
And just one quick comment on that conversation. So there are many reasons why employees leave, right? And they give us these are what they're giving us. Some of the other ones that we don't report here because we didn't get them for the sample that we had. investing in training programs for employees, employee training and development, promotional opportunities. Prioritizing workplace culture is a top issue. Competitive compensation, setting realistic expectations and people accountability, and building a winning team. All the things we talked about in 2024, where, respect, how we're going to contribute to the image of the agency as a goal, all the people requirements that we need to make sure that all of us are modeling and adhering to. And I think we can get there because, again, the turnover rate is low, which is something that we can be happy about. But we will watch it because, people, for the most part, I got to tell you, in general, for the most part, employees want to be here. Yeah. And they do a phenomenal job. So the employees who leave are the employees who, they want to advance their career opportunities. We don't have a whole lot of those. We're doing promotional opportunities now as part of the retention process. So yeah, we're really not doing that badly, and again, small sample that we're reporting on. Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Next slide, please. So our commitment to diversity, and this is where I will turn it over to, I'm sorry.
To the chair. Just following up on the question from Commissioner Camargo earlier, it appears that in the chat, the investigations manager was Roy. I don't know if you want to add.
Oh, yes.
Roy actually asked it.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Oh, Commissioner Roy.
I'm sorry. It is Roy, the employee.
The employee. Yeah.
But Commissioner Roy did ask.
I did. Hold on a second.
Roy asked about Roy.
It's just
Let me
chat for this meeting.
Oh,
Essentially
okay.
information that Roy was promoted to IM in January, joined the commission as an investigator in a.
And what is Roy's last name?
I don't want to pronounce it incorrectly, but it's in the.
It's in the chat? Okay. Oh, I'm not logged on.
Oh.
Sorry. Hold on.
Roy, I apologize, but I do not want to look your last name because people do it to me.
I don't, that's why it's important for me to see it. So I think, hold on.
Do you know what?
I'm not logged on. Can you put it in the
chat?
Teams? Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Noam.
You want?
Yeah, yeah, we're gonna make sure we try to pronounce it correctly.
See.
Moshangera, Roy Moshangera. And Roy, we congratulate you for being, selected to move into that role. And I will connect with you after because I want to make sure that we get these syllables right in pronouncing your name. So thank you and congratulations to Roy for moving into the IM role. And Roy, I'll make it up to you because I actually forgot it on my slide.
Me too. Roy, for not all of us.
We owe you one, Roy. But congratulations, and I'm super excited that you have accepted the role and you'll be moving into the role, or you are already moved into the role. So thank you. Okay.
CPO, I think you're about to hand it off, but I had a question for you. Obviously, in meeting our Ways and Means hearing the other day, I was asked about not only diversity in the industry, but I followed that up, and you had the stats that you shared with us this morning about diversity within our agency. So I've sent both of those along to the lawmaker who asked me about it. We also know we ask all of our licensees, some of them are in the room, we ask our licensees to also try to identify folks who might be in their workforce who are veterans, folks who might be residents with disabilities, as well as LGBTQ plus residents. Do we have the opportunity to kind of walk the walk that we're making them do? And pull that data out as well as we kind of move forward?
Yes, we do. And thank you for that question. I do have an idea of an approach that we can take to help our licensees. This is hard because I hadn't talked to Travis about it yet.
No worry, I'm just asking. I mean,
Yeah.
I would love it if we're in a position to report our data
Mhm.
and have our data mirror what
Yeah.
we're asking the industry.
Yeah. And one of the, part of the vision for hiring a DEI director was that we were going to do just that. We were going to make sure that what we are doing internally absolutely is mirroring what our external, will look like. We are going to, at this point, Sudeshna is working, Dr. Chatterjee is working on getting some of the initiatives in place, and this is what I was talking about a little bit earlier, Commissioner Camargo. We're setting the foundation right now for the DEI work that we have to do here at the commission, and we are, considering that we need to integrate this somehow into the SEP program. And so we don't know what that's going to look like yet, but there needs to be a collaboration and a partnership there. We had a little bit of a rocky road in starting because we all need to be on the same page in terms of what our goals are going to be. And so that's the conversation that we're having right now. But we absolutely will be partnering to do some of the external, to effect or inform some of the internal efforts that the commission has been mandated to do.
Yeah.
And Debbie, we could talk more. Obviously, we started having a conversation. I know I kind of got looped in. And I've said this to everybody, and I don't know if I have press reply yet on the email to you, but equity is everyone's job here, not just the person who sits in the social justice seat, right? That's always my beef. I've said it since I got here for the last 5 years. This is everyone's responsibility. But I'm curious, and we don't have to talk about it right now, but I'm curious, and I know you're going to have an opportunity to speak in terms of your role, the work that you're doing. I know you also have employee relations on your title as well, which is also part of the work here. But also, when we think about SEP, folks automatically run to like, oh, that's equity. Sure, it is. But there's more to equity than our SEP program. So I think it would be really good. And obviously, we have our director of EPCO here, but it would be really good to have a conversation. And, Travis, you're here now. This is a conversation to have. It's a very difficult conversation to have, right? Because there's different notions of what it is and what we're doing. But when you say that your efforts, and you haven't said it, Debbie has, and we'll hear more about it, have to work with the SEP team, like I will, or the SEP, because when I think about SEP, it's a program, it's a training program, it's a curriculum. So that would be really good to hear in the future, but also, I'm happy to have a conversation. I know we talked about it a little bit, but we need to make sure that that's very, very clear and that we understand that as it relates to Shadesha's role and as it relates to the work that we're trying to do here. Debbie, I do agree with you that it is very difficult and we're putting the building blocks in, right? And the culture here, it continues to change all the time, but I always say we got to think about the industry before we think about us. There's people sitting here who are waiting for licenses and other conversations. I don't know who you are, but you raised your hand, right? And this is very important because it's in 5 years. This is internal work that we need to do in order to make sure that the industry moves forward. So I'm excited to hear about that. I do want to hear more about that, just as an individual commissioner, how all that sort of plays in, for the future. It's nothing that we need to get into a conversation today, but I think it's very important. And, again, Travis, you're the new executive director, and this is, your team and your staff, but it's a big topic, and we want to make sure that we understand it. But, I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, and this conversation is worthy. Yeah, because it speaks to our culture as well.
Absolutely.
Equity is not only internally, equity is also external.
Absolutely.
So I can just mention that part of the foundational work that we're doing is building the committees that are going to help us through this work.
Yeah.
So we have an internal facing committee and we have an external facing committee. And but that's the rocky part. We have to work through that because when they were established, the external facing committee, I understood, when I came on board was external, and that would look at the external efforts around equity for the commission, based on our mandates. And the internal would look at the employee population. But I also understood that the external facing committee is owned by HR,
Yeah.
which is a little odd. So those are some of the nuances we have to work through.
Yeah. We may disagree in different places, but we gotta have the.
Yeah, we'll.
We'll get there. I don't think
get
today's
there.
the time and place for it, but I
Yeah.
appreciate you bringing it up
Yeah.
because it's important. It's important to know.
Yeah. We'll get there.
Yeah.
You don't get a 50-story building
No,
without
absolutely.
growing
Absolutely.
pains, so
Yeah.
we go through the same growing pains when
Yeah,
we're trying to
absolutely.
establish a program or,
Yeah.
build on an initiative. So yeah, and we're looking forward to that partnership because it will be great for the commission. But we have a ways to go, but we're working on that. Okay, so I'm going to turn this over to Sudeshna, and I don't know if you want to share the DEIJB statement, and I did drop a definition in.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief People Officer. Good morning, everyone. I feel like we've already delved into a lot of things that I was about to cover in my presentation. Just to introduce myself, I am Sudeshna Chatterjee. I am the Director of Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Employee Relations at the Cannabis Control Commission. And today I'm going to share some updates on this initiative and mission. The exit interview conversation is actually a really good segue to talk about culture, inclusion, and equity in the workplace. Not the only way to talk about it, but a good segue because it helps us understand the very real impact some of these workplace issues have on our employees and on staff retention and morale. As you might all know, the DEI function in the commission is a new one, going on the 10th month. It started in June 2024 when I stepped into this role. And since then, our energies have been focused on defining the vision, goals, and strategies for this function, identifying internal collaborators and partnerships, and most importantly, thinking about designing initiatives and efforts based on feedback from our employees and staff to ensure that this mission is relevant, it's productive and efficient, both in terms of design as well as implementation. So our mission is quite a mouthful: diversity, equity, inclusion, justice, and belonging. And as it stands right now, it has two overarching goals. One is to sustain a diverse, inclusive, and equitable workplace through fair policies, practices, and culture building, where all employees feel respected and acknowledged. And second, to be a supportive resource through tools, professional development, trainings, and opportunities so that all members of the commission feel empowered to perform their respective responsibilities, specifically vis-a-vis the commission's equity mandate. Just like Commissioner Camargo, you said, everybody has responsibility to kind of affect that and work towards that goal through their individual responsibilities. Next slide, please. And that brings us to, how do we go about doing that? A lot of these terms, diversity, equity, inclusion, belonging, employee engagement, feel really amorphous. And I think when we are setting up a new initiative in this space, the challenge is to get them down to actionable items where we can measure outcomes. Our ongoing initiatives and efforts focus right now on 4 primary categories of actions: employee engagement, professional development and training, workplace policies and practices, and advisory and support services. I would like to mention that this is not an exhaustive list. As a new initiative, there are many conversations, ideas that are still in the formative stages, and we'll be able to share more about that as this work continues to evolve within the commission. So employee engagement. With employee engagement, the goal is to create connection opportunities for collective dialogue and collaborative learning for all our employees across all departments and divisions. One such initiative is our Employee Resource Group, Culture and Community, which is an organization-wide staff-led group that is in charge of engagement and networking opportunities, DEI education, DEI events, all aimed at enhancing workplace culture and sense of community for all employees. We started in December. I want to say we have currently 34 members. Membership grows on a rolling basis. Membership is open to absolutely anyone who's an employee at the commission. And this is in turn overseen by the DEIB committee, Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Belonging Committee, which is a 7-member group in charge of setting goals and strategic direction for culture and community. Incredible. I want to just take a moment to shout out to my incredible colleagues on that committee because they've been such amazing thought partners. And currently we're working on approving our charter and identifying a set of goals for 2025. Two other initiatives under this goal are focused on communication and interaction. So we have a DEI newsletter titled the DEI JV Dispatch. Started that in October of 2024 as well. That goes out monthly and is more of an information sharing tool to keep all employees informed about relevant events, updates, etc. We also, moving forward, plan to host conversation hours on contemporary equity and inclusion issues. This is a more interactive format and communication strategy designed to hold space for employees to share feedback, concern, or ideas specifically focused on DEI issues that they might be grappling on a day-to-day basis, either in their work or in their lives. We hosted one just last month, and we plan to do more over the year based on topics of interest that we hear are relevant to our employees. It is a well-recognized fact that, diversity, equity, inclusion work entails lifelong learning. So there's a huge training, professional development component to this work. There's a vast body of scientific data and research in public policy and good governance that determines DEI best practices. So a lot of things that, we do, it's not really random, it's best practices. And our aspiration here is to be able to share that as skill development opportunities for our employees. Recognizing that we have a very diverse workforce, all with different roles, responsibilities, and schedules, our strategy is to ensure that we're offering a combination of learning and upskilling formats. So for example, we plan to host annual all-staff DEI trainings. We did one again last year, October, and I'm currently working with our HR manager and HR team to put together a more consistent plan in place for annual DEI trainings moving forward through 2025. In addition to that, we also plan to offer optional quarterly professional development workshops. These would be open to all employees. For timing and logistics, we might combine them with some of our culture and community monthly meetings. And we might be able to offer a combination of in-person and virtual as well, just to accommodate everybody's schedules, because we want to get as many people possible to kind of take these. As opposed to the all staff trainings, which would be more kind of umbrella topics, the professional development workshops would be more focused on specific skill development, like effective communication strategies or conflict mediation strategy training for managers, or how to even do an audit, equity audit for any program or initiatives or events that you're running, accessibility audits for our sites where we host meetings and things like that. And again, our hope here is to be able to generate resources and tools that employees come and they can then take back to their work and implement it in their daily spaces. Eventually, we plan to amalgamate all of these tools to kind of create a DEI JV tools and resource library that will be available to all employees. We have to figure out the logistics around that, where it stays, and this is a collaborative endeavor with our IT department. Thirdly, as part of the HR team, a bulk of this function obviously focuses on workplace policies and practices to ensure that there's an equity lens present in terms of not just how we design workplace policies, but also how we implement them. As a team, HR is, and I know Chief People Officer already touched upon that, we are working on updating our policies, and that includes a new DEI policy that I'm working with Debbie on. And last but not the least, advise and support. As I mentioned previously, this function is, the idea here is to create an internal advisory and support resource for all employees, for our leadership. And this is where intentional partnerships become really crucial to ensure integration across departments and to ensure that, we're doing it in a way that's collaborative, breaking silos, but also being responsive to, the needs of other departments and their schedules. This specific category is more of a work in progress at this time, but also one that has immense potential to kind of, branch out and integrate this mission across departments. On one such opportunity in the short term is to be working with our executive director, chief people officer, and probably other chiefs to get started with our leadership DEI steering committee, which will be a space for the staff committee to kind of share feedback, but also for leadership to kind of contemplate policy changes or, strategic directions that the commission as a whole need to take, including other departments. Other partnership collaboration ideas, I mean, we don't have anything very tangible at this time that I'm willing to share at this specific meeting, but, some ideas could include, providing assessment support for any equity and inclusion content that goes out. I work very closely with our communication team to kind of do that. So we're already collaborating in some aspects in that regard. Setting commission-wide DEI metrics is a big one. So, could always be a really supportive resource to think about how we are measuring equity and inclusion across our commission. And like I said, program evaluation, event assessment, accessibility audits, all of that. So as you see, we're attempting a variety of approaches here, still very new, still very green, and are on various levels of progress with each categories. Some categories, it's easier to get started, like employee engagement. The others, it takes more strategic kind of decision-making by leadership to kind of set some of those partnerships up. Personally, my professional opinion is that, we're off to a good start. And I look forward to working with all our employees and everybody at the commission to continue to kind of grow these initiatives and best support the mission of the commission. Thank you.
Commissioner Kumar.
Thank you so much, Doctor. That's really very, very helpful to know. And I think we said it earlier, it takes a while, and this is a new role to the commission. Under advice and support, I see the leadership DEI JB steering committee, and I'm thinking about the slides that you all shared earlier in terms of exit strategy, exit interviews and folks talking about, why they're leaving here. And I know, Debbie, you mentioned that in that one line, it says like leadership and management, that includes everybody, including commissioners. Okay. So I guess I'm curious in this leadership, if you've thought about it already or how it's going to work. Are commissioners going to be allowed to participate in this, or because it's hard because you can't have 3 of us in a room, or will there be at least one commissioner that's sitting there to be part of it? And then, obviously, is there a charter for it? All that stuff so we understand. But I really like this bullet because including us commissioners, if we and leadership, if we don't all partake in figuring out the culture of this place, then we're gonna continue to see those numbers on some of those exit things, and we'll see the reflection of it on a employee survey. And Debbie, you said this a few times, and I agree with you. People really like to work here. They like to do the work. They want to work in this industry. It's a new industry, and we're doing some really cool stuff. At the end of the day, but there are situations that we need to be able to come into a room, and folks may not like this, but in a room, not hybrid. And have those conversations and really talk about that. Like Roy, I didn't want to say his last name. I don't want to butcher his last name, right? Because I don't know if he'll get offended or am I saying the right thing, right? So all those little things when we're talking about diversity matters.
Yep.
So I just hope that your role is really hard right now at the commission, especially with the climate, right, of the country, where we're hearing that DEI efforts are being stricken from places. And, thank God for Massachusetts as part of our mandate, right, here at the commission. So thank you. Keep us posted. And I've said this before, like, don't feel like you can't come to us and have conversations. I know you're doing a lot of work with the team, but we are also a reflection of what happened in this place. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
May I?
Of course.
Yes, and I'm flexible to that model. I think it's a work in progress, and I'm going to defer to Executive Director and Chief People Officer because I have a very draft version of a charter, but I think I'm going to work with Executive Director and CPO on finalizing that. That said, I'm open to any suggestions if that is what folks feel. But I just want to reiterate that the Leadership DEI Committee is going to be very important because, and I haven't done a survey yet with culture and community, but I do get in the room together with a lot of our employees often. And what I get a sense of is, we're doing events, we're doing workshops for ourselves, but we need our employees to be heard at the leadership level and to impact change. And I think that would be a really good space to do that. But that said, I'm happy to defer to commission leadership on, what's the best possible membership and composition.
And I'd like to make a couple comments.
Of course.
Chair, please. So just on the DEIB and DEIBJ policy, I did write a new policy, which you will see in the whole policy and procedures manual. So that's new to the commission because we did not have a DEI policy previously. So that's new. And then in terms of the leadership steering committee, that's the committee that's going to really drive what we do here at the commission. And without leadership support, the number one reason DEI fail in an agency or in an organization is because it doesn't have leadership support. I just wanted to share that with you because that's going to be critical to the work that we do, how successful we are in terms of building our equity, building equity and equity here, you know, externally and internally. So just wanted to put that out there that the leadership team needs to 100% have buy-in in these initiatives in order for us to be successful.
Commissioner Roy,
Yeah.
come back.
Thank you, Dr. Chatterjee. I just have a question around the professional development workshop bullet. Can you share with us any workshops that have taken place? What was the content or any future workshops planned and what is the content?
Yes, so we are actually planning one for our meeting next week. We had it planned since February and we've had to push it away because our, membership felt like they wanted to talk about other things. So it does get pushed around quite a bit. But one of the first one we'll probably do is conflict and communication. And just like, the disparity between what is being said versus what is being heard. And a lot of times, that's lost in translation just around, how we all differently interpret messaging and how that can become a barrier to our work. So I think the first one is probably going to be conflict communication. We will do something around conflict mediation. Probably, I don't want to commit yet, but I think definitely have at least 2 more before summer is over.
Yeah. And thank you. And so do you bring in external experts around this, or is this something that you facilitate?
So I don't want to speak out of turn. I think it would be amazing to have external experts. The data always says to have an impartial arbiter run these, sessions. We don't have a very big program budget over at HR for me to be running this at least this year. So we can't afford consultants right now. So I design and I, kind of run this by myself, but going forward, at least for our all staff trainings, my professional recommendation is to hire an external advisor and consultant to kind of run these things. But right now I'm running it.
Acting Chair, may I comment on that?
Are you all?
I'm good,
set?
thank you.
Go ahead.
All right, so I think you guys might recall that I had been a professional consultant prior to coming here. And so one of the things that I can do to help with the budget, because we don't have money, I'm actually going to be creating the communication presentation for March 28th. Commissioner Roy, you had asked about the next one coming up. So there was a request from employees that we do some sort of a communication training. And so I am going to be developing that training and I'm going to be delivering that training. I will be looking to Sudeshna to put her DEI lens to that, to make sure that, we incorporate, the DEI initiatives and people are able to ask questions. And the other thing too is we are going to have those sessions where we have hard conversations. Those hard conversations you were alluding to, Commissioner Camargo. We have to have those in order for us to be successful as well. In addition to the training, quarterly professional development training workshops. This is not limited just to DEI. We're also going to be doing trainings from managers and supervisors. And to your point, Commissioner Camargo, that would be a good time to take a look at some of those trainings that are coming up, like legal trainings for supervisors, how to manage conflict, how to apply or how to conduct a performance evaluation. Those trainings will be coming up. Also at the same time that we're rolling out some of these other development trainings for staff.
Commissioner Roy, then.
Oh,
Do you have a follow-up?
well, no, I had got asked a question, then it was me, and then it went back to you now, but I didn't get to say.
Same.
Okay,
Okay, Commissioner.
okay. I'm decided. I'm paying attention. It was you, then me, then you. So a few things that I'm just thinking about, and Travis, I know it's on your radar, and I know that you're talking to legal and you're working with the chief of staff. You know, some of the stuff that we're talking about right now was a heavy conversation during our governance process, right? A lot of these things, they don't have the titles and they don't have but they have the energy. And a lot of this stuff is, I think I'm excited to go back to governance. Because I think it will also be helpful with this larger initiative coming out of the HR department. So that's just kind of like a comment. The other comment is, we talked about, you said it, Doctor, lost in translation. We all have different ways of articulating things. And it's unfortunate sometimes what we say versus what people hear and how they process it. And it's no fault, it's just, we have different background, education, we're diverse in how we speak, how we process, but that's a problem at times. And I know I go through it as a single commissioner. I say one thing and the next thing you know, I'm on media or there's an article because I said something that someone interpreted the wrong way with not the intentions, right? So I think that's a huge conversation to have here. So I'm glad that you guys are gonna have that conversation. The other piece of it too, you just talked about the communication training. What type of communication training are you talking about? What does that look like? And Debbie, I'm I know we're all grateful for you to step in. I'm also just from a professional kind of overview, sometimes it's better to have outside people than us that we're in the everyday conversation. And, one day someone's mad at me, the next day they're mad at you, and then the next day we're mad at each other, and then we're still working together, right? But these trainings and moving forward, we really have to be mindful even of our own baggage as leaders that we're carrying into any of these trainings. So one, it's like, what is this communication training about? And Debbie, if you're thinking of stepping in, I mean, my only recommendation is that you guys talk to the ED, obviously you will, I'm sure, in figuring out who is the best person. And if we got to squeeze some money out of somewhere, it's important to do that for our team and for our staff, but also so that we as well are not in the mix, and that's not in a negative way, but just in a positive way. So I'm just curious about what is that communication training?
Can I address that?
Go ahead, and then I have a follow-up.
Okay, so I was, when I was addressing Commissioner Roy, I was talking about a professional workshop that we're offering in our culture and community space that is focused on interpersonal communication.
Yes.
Right, just in terms of, and we do activities, we
Yes.
workshop the whole process.
Yes.
It is also a smaller group
Yes.
compared to all staff
got
and
that.
commission. And I absolutely agree. I think, I always tell people that the process and the methodology in DEI work is as important, if not more, than the substantive content of this. And I think that's why it's really good to kind of think about budgets and logistics support and having that external arbiter, because we're all humans, we all have bias and we all have history with each other.
Absolutely.
So I think if it has to be effective, I agree. And I defer to Debbie to address the question about the all staff.
Yes.
I'm sorry, the communications training is for all staff.
It's for the all staff. It's on the at the all staff event, and employees had asked that we do something on communication. So for that, we thought it would be something that we could do internally. And I just you mentioned something, Commissioner Camargo, about taking
Ourselves.
Yeah, taking your viewpoints and your perspective out of this.
Yeah.
Training is done without the individual.
Mm.
When we train, we don't train on individuals. We train on the issues.
Mm.
So that's the focus of our training. Not necessarily on any one individual, but conflict is conflict. Everybody's gonna have conflict. So we remove the person out of it and we focus on the issues, and that's how we present trainings. So,
Yeah.
but it's a quick training. This one's a quick training. They asked for it, so we're going to do it. And I do agree that, I don't know, I think this is typical in government too. I never understood it, but they like to bring in consultants to do trainings because it removes some of, some of those feelings that, personal feelings that people can, and we also talked about some of these trainings can be done by video as well. to reduce the cost of actually delivering the training. So, so yeah, we're thinking about all those
Yeah, I
things.
appreciate that. So my, if I may, yeah, and I asked this earlier, and again, this is me right here, right now interpreting this. What do we mean by communications? So are we talking about us communicating? Are we talking about media communications? When we're saying communication training, what are we talking about?
Okay, so the March 28th training is somewhat of an abbreviated training, right? Because the staff is asking about that, how to have meaningful conversations, you know, that kind of training. How to spot when, you know, there may be a conflict. And also training them to take, when you confront a conflict, to take the person out of it and focus on what is the conflict, you know, identify the conflict and then go from there. That's sort of the training for the staff. Communications, to address some of your concerns around communications. Several months ago, the chiefs endeavored to create a communication policy. And that communication policy, the drafting of that policy was assigned to Dr. Johnson and Paul, our CTIO, and our Chief of Research from the group. That communication policy has evolved into something phenomenal, and it covers everything. You know, how to communicate through email, you know, how to communicate in person, you know, what are some of the areas that you need to focus on when you're communicating, how to communicate effectively, you know, when you're in front of an audience, how to identify your audience. That is a huge communication policy. It will cover media. It will cover everything that you can think of around communication. The media policy is also going to be updated. Because that, I know, was one of the areas that the communications team was asking us to take a look at. The media policy is going to be updated as well. So yeah, there's been a lot of work going on behind the scenes. Hopefully April, you will see a lot of this rolling out. But yeah, we're very, very busy in HR.
Yeah, if I may follow up question.
Of course.
So you said there was a committee that chose Dr. Johnson and Paul to create the communications.
The chiefs, this came up within a conversation we were having with the chiefs about how we communicate professionally with each other. And so we decided, because of some of the things that you said, that, you know, when you say something, someone takes it a different way. And part of that whole, the ideology behind communicating, effective communication, is intent and perception.
Absolutely.
Those are the only two, intent and perception. And so we train and we develop our policies based on that, you know, so.
Just to be clear, just so I understand, because, you know, I'm thinking Commissioner Roy had asked earlier about making sure that we see all the policies, making sure that, you know, we're okay with them, but the policy that was developed for this communication
It's a part.
can we see it? Are we allowed to see that?
Absolutely.
Okay.
You will definitely see it.
Yeah.
Right now, I think, and I don't know if Paul is here, but hi, Paul. But the deadline, I don't think Dr. Johnson is here though, right? So the idea behind it, we already sort of vetted that internally, where we got to this really big policy, which is awesome. And now the chiefs and directors were taking a look at this policy to kind of review it, to add their final comments, and then it will go into final draft form. The deadline for doing that, I believe, was March 3rd.
Okay.
And so once Paul and Dr. Johnson and I review that policy, then we are looking at the possibility, do we roll this out ahead of the HR policies that are coming, which we haven't had that discussion, and we can have that discussion with Travis. Or do we roll it in, you know, with everything, because we're going to be doing policy interpretation trainings and, you know.
I would just respectfully ask to see it, because when we talk about leadership, we're included as commissioners. And when we talk about communications, a lot of stuff, I personally have dealt with a lot of communications back and forth. I say something, it ends up in the media, completely not true. So if we are creating a communications policy for leadership, that includes us. So I think before it's rolled out, we should look at it to make sure that we also understand what that communication is. But also, I'm curious if we're going to have anything related to media within that, even for our own employees.
Yeah. So This is not a leadership policy.
Okay,
This is an organizational policy. So part of the organizational development for the commission, we have organizational policies. This is going to be an organizational policy. This includes everybody.
this is why I'm respectfully asking to see it.
Yeah, this is a
because-
global policy.
Yes,
Everyone.
Yes, no,
Yeah, and you
we
will
need
see
that.
them. You will see.
we need that, but when we're
Trust me,
talking
you'll
about,
see all
yeah,
of them.
yeah.
Because we've also created a policy template that shows the review process and the approval process. So everyone who is in a leadership role, management role, every one of us will see those
Yeah.
policies. And then opportunities for training and interpretation and expectations will be done with the staff.
and
That's a
Debbie,
big deal.
no, listen, it's a big deal, and you're saying that we may, again, I want to be clear so that we're in the same page. If we're rolling this out or doing this training on the 28th, it would be nice for us commissioners to at least know what that, if that policy for the organization is going to be sort of displayed on the 28th, it would be nice for us to see it
So-
before.
So it's not going to be for the 20th.
Okay.
No,
perfect,
I'm just saying,
Perfect.
the HR policy manual is coming out in July.
Perfect.
We're
Okay,
gonna
now.
roll that out. If the conversation I need to have with the ED is, do we roll out the communications policy
I see.
by itself?
I get it.
Or do we
it.
incorporate that,
Thank you, thank you.
integrate it into the rollout for
Thank you,
July?
thank you,
Yeah.
thank you, thank you. And Debbie, thank you. I know this is a lot and it's a back and forth, but it's important because when we look at those exit numbers and some of those, some of those lines, it's all communication.
Yeah.
And it's all biasy.
Yeah.
And it's all, generational trauma here at this
Yeah.
agency and new trauma that we're causing amongst each other. So to me, it's very important. I'm one commissioner, but it's very important to me that I also am involved in understanding this for our team. That bleeds out into the community, it bleeds out into media,
Mhm.
and it bleeds out into all of us. And it's, it's.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
understand.
so thank you,
I
thank you,
understand.
and thank you for the time. Chair, thank you for allowing the conversation.
Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Chair. I have a final question, and it's in regard to the external portion of this initiative. You had mentioned there's an internal component
Mhm.
and an external component. So, for instance, when Director Koval was going over her slides, we had an HCA slide. There was 33 SEPEAs that are stuck in HCA purgatory. So that would be an example of how perhaps this external component of the initiative could provide outreach. I'd like to volunteer myself to be part of this external group to engage with external stakeholders groups like David O'Brien's group or Mass Eon. And how do we provide support and pathways for success? Really, because that's what this is about, right? We want to,
Mhm.
and how do we become more inclusive with our veterans and our disabled population?
Absolutely.
So I'd like to volunteer my
Yeah.
time to help focus on, we got Lucas sitting here in the front row.
Mhm.
He's one of those folks in the HCA purgatory. How do we address that with, and I want to work with Slay on that. So I want it to be a group team effort, but I want to think outside of the box.
Right. And we have you covered, Commissioner Roy.
What does that mean, Debbie?
We're just,
I don't know what that means.
we got you covered. We're gonna get there. This is, we're in the,
because
we're in the foundational stage, right? And I believe I had mentioned earlier, if you recall, I said I had an idea about an approach as to how we can incorporate some of the, equity responses, training, development externally, right? So we have the committee, we have an external facing committee that we can work through. But again, before I say any more about my idea, I really do need to vet it with the ED.
Yes.
Because I don't want to put us out there and then, we go to the state and say, hey, we need 5 more people. Well, why do you need them? And our budget sinks because, so more to come, basically, is what I'm saying.
I'm slightly confused. So the external component of this initiative exists or no? Yes or no?
We're just building it, does not exist. We have an external facing committee,
What does that
the
mean?
Equity and Access Committee.
Isn't that the same wouldn't that be the same committee?
What do you mean? What's
So
saying?
this-
We have two committees. We have an internal facing committee
Right.
and we have an external facing committee.
Exactly. So the external committee is already established. I'd like to join it to help folks like Lucas sitting in the front
Yeah,
row.
that's what I'm saying. We're just in the development stage of that. So absolutely, you can absolutely join that committee. But we're just in the development stage of that because that committee was dormant. Both committees were dormant since they have been formed. And actually the way the committees were structured they weren't structured correctly. And so we had to develop a charter for both committees. So that's kind of where we are right now. And I think Sudeshna talked a little bit about that other committee. Actually, I don't think you referenced the Access and Equity Committee.
I may chair, Acting Chair. I did not reference access and equity because from my memory, last time I spoke to Executive Director and we were still kind of, in that phase of figuring out where that committee lives. Historically, it's lived with HR and, we were just thinking that's not best practices. It should definitely have like collaborative channels with, our stakeholders who work externally in the community, whether that's one department or more. So we're still figuring the access and equity group out. I wasn't here when that group was formed, so I don't have like data on other things like logistics, meetings. I know they have some form of a charter, I think, so we have some skeleton to go by, but it's not an active group, in my understanding, unless I'm wrong, that meets regularly and kind of works towards that. So that's the formative piece that we have to figure out. Because if it's sitting in HR, if it's, under my purview, then we need to think about partnerships. It's not just enough to have a group sitting there. It needs to be effective, basically. So we need to talk about that.
Chair, if I may?
Oh, I'm good right now.
Yeah, no, yeah, Commissioner Roy, thank you for that, right? Because it's a little confusing and I always say PowerPoints for us are very good. This sounds like a map that we need to sort of map out so that we can also just see it and understand it. And I know that there is a conversation pending with our EPCO director and Debbie and yourself and maybe Ahern. I know I was looped in for purposes of FYI, but maybe it becomes Commissioner Roy, but it would be good to understand whether there's an overlap. Because I know we had approved Celia a motion a couple of months ago to start the access and equity, right? Celia, I'm sorry to call you out right now. It was access and equity.
No, it was, I had came to, excuse me.
Yeah. It's okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
You got called up.
What I'm recalling that you may be referring to is I came to the board through my presentation and asked for a committee to be, or a working group to be started so I could look at expansion or what it does look like to evolve the benefits of the social equity program,
Okay.
which I manage.
Okay,
The access and equity group work, the last time they came to this board, I don't know who was on that membership.
Okay.
The last time they did board work was the DEI research initiative. Megan
Okay.
and her team came. with
thank you. Yes, that's right. Megan and her team, you're absolutely correct. So either way, Commissioner Roy, I think if you want to be part of that conversation, maybe we can all have that conversation, but so that we all understand it, because when we talk about access and equity and the work that we're doing on one side and then the work that your team is doing, and we're talking about external, and you're talking about helping, wanting to help folks like Lucas and other people, there's a lot of overlap, but
Yeah.
we need to be very clear, because look, we're kind of going like this right now. So, I don't know, Travis, that's probably a things to do list for you, a bullet to sort of figure out all that conversation, but maybe Debbie also, when you report back, maybe it's helpful to see it, to see it a little bit, so we're not confused, you know what I mean? Yeah,
So-
but thank you, yeah.
May I comment on that? So as I-
Quickly, and then we go
Oh.
to ED and then Commissioner Reagan.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Okay, sorry. So I just wanted to comment that, I had mentioned a couple of times during this meeting that this is still under the development.
Yes. Yeah.
You're still developing.
Yeah.
Your comments are very valuable to
Yeah.
us because it will help us as we continue to develop this process,
Mhm.
to make sure that we have your concerns
Mhm.
and we are addressing your concerns as we, go through this development. But we absolutely are nowhere near to be presenting this at the public meeting. And that's why
We need to
we
break
did
down
not
our-
present it. Yeah, that's why we did not present it. But you know what's
Yeah.
really good? You're getting excited.
Yeah.
A little heat and excitement
Yeah.
about this is great because it tells us that you are committed to this. And, this is going to be a successful endeavor because we need to make it happen.
Yeah.
So yeah, just wanted to
Thank
put
you.
that.
Yeah, you're bringing us back to.
Yeah.
Woosah.
Don't worry.
Yeah.
Executive
You got it.
Director, go ahead.
Yeah.
No, I think the CPO covered the point, which is the update on the agenda today was really the more internal facing, and the external facing to the CPO's point is going to be a collaboration as we move forward. So obviously the intent of today's update was on the internal facing, and I think there was a highlight of the external, and we've started the conversation, which we'll follow up on.
Commissioner Roy.
Thank you, Debbie, and I appreciate it. And this is the beauty of open meeting law.
Right.
And we
Right, yeah.
to see.
Understood.
And I appreciate the initiative and so I guess this is like kind of like a little brainstorming, making recommendations. And if I could make a recommendation that perhaps maybe you have when you do develop the new charters, maybe have a sponsoring commissioner on each one. And I have already volunteered myself, if it's okay, to be on the external one. And I agree with Commissioner Camargo because there is a lot of overlap, but I guess the point would be like from the overlap, like for instance, in licensing, the 33 folks that are in that HCA purgatory, like let's find the pain points
Mhm.
and then bring them and see what we can think, working with Saleha and other folks outside the box to help these folks.
Mhm.
And not only DEI, but I'd add an S for success, because really at the end of the day, we want success
Yep.
for these folks. So I just say, thank you. I get it. It's in the formative phase right now, but this is the time for us to kind of chime in and
Yeah.
bring you recommendations.
Absolutely.
Yep.
May I, Acting Chair?
Of course.
Yeah, so great points. And again, everything you say here today is of value to us as we, weed through, what was in the past and how we're going to move it forward. So thank you for your comments. It's really, really appreciated. They're really appreciated. We will have something, let's see, maybe not for April, but maybe from May, because we do really need time to weed through everything that we have and to set some sort of an outline and how we're going to develop the committee. But I can tell you that based on your concerns and what you expect from this Access and Equity Committee, that we can work through the committee to support the licensees in many different ways. And this is why I said I have an idea and an approach, but we're not there yet. I have to have that discussion with the AD, and then we can include the commissioners, and we can go from there. Actually, Acting Chair Stebbins, you sort of pulled us into this. This is where I got the idea around the approach that I have, because a few months ago you reached out to us regarding, yeah, you did about how can we help, some of our licensees who are not meeting their diversity goals.
No, I appreciate it. And first of all, benefit of being the chair, I get to kind of sit back and appreciate the comments of my colleagues and the volunteering and the collaboration. Just to kind of wrap this up so we can move along to some other business. Or Paul has something he would like to add.
Oh, Paul.
CTIO, go ahead.
Now, I just want to make sure, going back to the communications policy, Matt Giancola was also involved.
Matt, oh yes, thank you, Paul.
Part of that
Okay.
initial draft.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Was it 3 or 4? 3, thank you.
Don't want anybody to go
Matt?
unrecognized.
Thank you,
Yes.
Matt.
Thanks, Matt. First of all, just both of your presentations, greatly appreciate. I know Commissioner Roy always talks about transparency. you know, those first few slides that you shared with us, CPO, is full transparency. It's turning a mirror on ourselves, see how well we are operating as not only an organization, but as an employer. I'm still impressed with some of the numbers, but always room for improvement. And we know we need to make that improvement. Any organization that just sits and doesn't take action is doomed to kind of sputter. The diversity piece, and I think back to when I first came on the commission, and Commissioner Camargo pulled me in to work with a group on our guidance on diversity and updating that. You all know I go through renewals, as we all do, looking at licensees, looking at their positive impact plans, looking at their diversity plans, trying to get a sense from those as to how they might propel the licensee to success. I've always encouraged licensees to adjust their plan if they're seeing they're hitting a wall or they're not seeing success. But as we get into this, and the industry is now going on 7 years, and this is an obligation of any licensee. It was baked into the ballot question. It's baked into the regulations of what we expect from our licensees. And again, that gets back to the conversation of we should walk the walk that we're asking them to. But that does come down to, I see licensee diversity plans. I think I'm in Doctor, you've said in some of the conversations I've had with licensing about some of the plans. I know who's still fully immersed and fully committed to pursuing their diversity plans and making opportunities available for all Massachusetts residents to be part of this industry. I also see the ones that, again, not a trained professional eye, but where folks are not as focused. I think we have an opportunity. It comes back to Commissioner Roy's point about an external facing piece to this. I think there are still a lot of licensees that don't understand what their abilities are, don't understand what their strategies are, don't know what they're allowed to do under the law. And I think that's stagnating some of the growth that we want to see. I would love for us to find a way to share that expertise out to licensees. And again, we know our licensees are big MSOs, one license, I hate to call them mom and pop shops, but locally owned. We want to support them because it's good for the entire industry. So I'd urge you to also focus on that. I think that's a big piece of it. And I think that's a big piece for how the industry can move forward. You know, as I was looking ahead for conversation about this topic, Commissioner Camargo raised the point of the increased scrutiny that DEI has come under. You know, it took me back, and I found it again and went back to the U.S. Chamber of Commerce's site. And they have it out there as plain as day and as bold. Diversity is America's strength, spurring the innovation and creativity that made the U.S. economy the most vibrant, dynamic in history. When businesses, or in our case, an organization or an agency, recognize and embrace different perspectives, they're better able to create value, serve customers, support employees, and solve problems by providing opportunities for everyone. Businesses help lift communities and strengthen the health, prosperity, and competitiveness of our nation and our society. It's out there.
Yep,
And we have a big piece of it. So I want to thank you both for the discussion. Thank you for a thoughtful and thorough discussion on where we need to go. Oh, one other thing. We are employees. Doesn't excuse us from training. Put those on our calendar, especially as some of these new programs
Definitely will be.
and meetings roll out. So if there's nothing else on this topic, I think we're good to move along. All right. Thank you. Thank you both. Appreciate it. All right. We will move on to licensing. And I think Suko, you're joining us, right?
I am.
Welcome.
Thank you.
All right. First, our staff recommendations on renewal of licenses. And I know we have a couple of recusals, so we will figure those out here in a minute. I'll try to get through these. We will do these as slates. I don't have I have a couple of conditions on licensees, but I don't see that my colleagues have any. So we're going to take this in a couple of different slates if I can. The first slate I'm going to tackle is renewals number 1 through 31. However, I have a license condition I'd like to suggest or propose for one of the businesses that's on that slate. It is Leaf Lux Group, which is number 29. My proposed condition is within 30 business days of approval of application for renewal, contact CCC Licensing Division and provide a response on current progress towards goals in both positive impact plan and diversity plan, including a description of how a grant is description of a grant in alignment with positive impact plan in accordance with 935 CMR 500.1034B. Just to give a quick debrief on the reason for that condition. We have a very thoughtful PIP, very thoughtful diversity plan. I didn't see some documentation that would outline their progress toward their goals. And then they do talk about a grant that they make, but that's not part of their positive impact plan. So I'm just trying to see how all that aligns. So any questions from my colleagues on that? All right, if there are none, I will seek, I think we can do these in a couple of tranches. I would ask for a motion, Commissioner Camargo, to approve license renewals 1 through 31, subject to the condition proposed by Commissioner Stebbins on number 29, 33 through 42, and 44 through 45. Do I have such a motion, Commissioner Camargo?
So moved.
Do I have a second, Commissioner Roy?
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
And Commissioner Stebbins votes aye. 3 in favor, none opposed. All right. We need to go back to item number 32, which is Commissioner Roy is recusing herself from. I have a draft condition for this licensee. I'll read it. This is Resonate Inc., MRR 207151. The draft condition is within 30 business days of approval of application for renewal, contact CCC Licensing Division and provide a response on current progress towards goal number 2 under the positive impact plan in accordance with 935 CMR 500.1034B. Because we have Commissioner Roy recusing herself, what I would like to suggest is, bear with me, I would seek a motion to delegate limited authority to review and decision on the renewal license of Resonate Inc., MRR 207151, and consideration of the proposed condition by Commissioner Stebbins to the executive director. Do I have such a motion, Commissioner Camargo?
So moved.
Motion made by Commissioner Camargo. I believe I can second the motion. Motion made by Commissioner Camargo, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Any further comments or discussion? Seeing none, I'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo, Commissioner Roy.
Again, for the record, there's no conflict for me to vote on the delegation.
Correct.
Okay, aye, thank you.
Okay. And Commissioner Stebbins votes aye, 3 in favor, none opposed. Commissioner Camargo is asked to be recused from renewal license number 64, which is Western Front LLC, MRR 207125. That's number 64 on our slate. I would move seek a motion to delegate limited authority to review and make a decision on the renewal license of Western Front LLC MRR 207-125 to the executive director. Do I have such a motion, Commissioner Roy?
So moved.
I will second that motion. Motion been made and seconded. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll do a roll call, but I'm just now it's phone behind me. Sorry.
So
I
do have a question, actually.
Okay, go ahead.
So you said number what?
This is number 60. Oh,
We only go to 45.
I'm sorry. It's number 43. I'm sorry.
We should start starting.
Withdraw your motion.
I withdraw.
Okay. Thank you. I would seek a motion to delegate limited authority to review and decide on the renewal license of Western Front LLC MRR 207-125 to the executive director. Do I have such a motion, Commissioner Roy?
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins will second that motion. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, do a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo?
Just to make sure, General Counsel, I'm okay with voting on this motion.
Yes, correct.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
And Commissioner Stebbins votes aye. 3 in favor, none opposed. You have a question?
I do on renewals
Okay.
in general.
Okay.
Before we move on.
For Suco or for?
Yeah, hi,
Okay.
Suko. So going through the renewals, I see we have, people provide their positive impact plan goals and updates and diversity plan updates. And I noticed we have like a little survey in there now. So is your proposed plan has the goal of donating monies to areas of disproportionate impact as defined by the commission? Please enter the dollar amount. If not, enter 0. If your proposed plan has a goal of donating monies to the Cannabis Social Equity Trust Fund, please enter the dollar amount. If not, enter 0. If your proposed plan has a goal of hiring individuals that have been disproportionately impacted as defined by the commission, please enter the percentage goal for hiring. If not, enter 0. Please state the amount of monies you donated to areas of disproportionate impact during the last annual renewal period. Please state the amount of monies you donated to the Cannabis Social Equity Trust Fund during the last annual renewal period. Please state the percentage of individuals that have been disproportionately harmed by marijuana prohibition currently on staff for this license as of the date of this submission. So how long have this little survey been in place, and are we getting a good response?
I want to say it's been in place maybe a year or so. Let me confirm that. I want to say it's been about a year or maybe just less, like 9 months or so.
Yeah, okay.
And
And do
I
we-
do think that there is a good response. Generally, if in the positive impact plan or the diversity plan, the licensee intends to donate, they need to fill out those questions. If it is stated in their plans that they plan on donating, but those questions aren't answered, we generally will call it out in a RFI for them to input that information.
That's helpful. Thank you, Suko.
Yeah, I will tell you, I looked at that section
Yeah.
because that kind of guides me where I want to go read.
Yeah.
So it's incredibly helpful as, we go through all these renewals every month, but, and also obviously one of those questions being about donating to the Social Equity Trust Fund. I have a meeting planned with the folks at EOED. They're getting close to that capacity to accept donations. And might invite I think it's Assistant Secretary Vega to join us for a meeting to share that information as to how the licensees can make a donation. Because I know a couple of months ago, we had folks that were like, that was part of their plan, but the infrastructure is. Commissioner Wright, go ahead.
It might be advisable also to include point of sale companies. I think did we have Dutchie you had one time, which I think is used by a lot of folks as their point of sale. And they said they do have the capacity to round up at the register. Like when we voted on this, how many years ago? I said, imagine if folks could round up at the register, customers could, like you do every other retail place that we go to, whether I'm buying pet food or whatever. So I think it'd be important to bridge all those parties together. So we maximize the ability to be able to have private
That's a
domain.
great idea.
Yeah.
Good point. Okay. All right. I'm going to ask, it's 12:45.
Get through the list.
Can I ask you what you're waiting for?
Oh, we're just coming to look at our name on the screen.
Which entity are you?
J&K Wonderland.
Oh, so you're all set.
Dude.
We got renewed.
You got renewed. We'll let you get back to work. We
Where are you?
welcome you to stay around, but
Where are you located? Where'd you traveling from?
Very Mass.
Okay, right around the corner. Okay.
you're welcome to join. I didn't want to hold you up if you were still waiting, but I'm going to suggest we take a half-hour lunch break. Are you?
Just waiting for a final.
Can we just do the license?
Wow.
Maybe now.
I'm a social equity person, part of the first cohort.
Do you have a license today though?
No.
Okay, so then.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, give us 2 minutes, we'll chat. Yeah.
Are you waiting here?
I'd love to be able to speak to you, especially if you're about to speak to EOED. I'm a retail license. I don't have my stuff
Okay,
up to date.
okay. You're not on the agenda.
Not on the
Okay,
agenda,
all
but
right.
it's extremely important.
Happy to have a quick chat with you.
Thanks.
I'm
hoping you extend the social equity exclusivity period to be 10 years. That's
Okay.
what I'm here to
That's
see.
a little further down the agenda, but I hear you. Commissioner Ray, do you have?
May I ask, we can't just wrap up finals and RBT?
GC would like to have a quick conversation with me about one of the other agenda items. And since nobody is here from any of those folks, I think we can take a quick break for lunch.
I don't even have my lunch here. It's gonna
Okay.
it's 10 minutes to get here.
Okay,
I didn't know we were doing that.
Just, sorry to.
yeah,
But did we finish the renewal?
we did the renewal, but
Okay.
we're all set. And we can jump ahead. We could do finals. We can knock finals off. Is that, I can move the agenda if there's no. We're okay with
Yeah, let's.
maybe jumping right to
Yeah.
final licenses? Okay. Suko, we're gonna, here's privilege. We're gonna move over and address final licenses. So if we can pull up that slide. And anything you want to start off with or share with us, Suko, about our final licenses?
So we have 3 adult use and 1 MTC final license recommendation for the commission's consideration today. Commission staff recommend review and decision on these final licenses, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Okay. Any questions on our 4 final licenses? Commissioner Roy?
Just a comment. In light of our recent hearing with the medical program, and, we've had numerous closures, it's nice to see one come back on board. Like, we're
Great point.
getting one today.
Great point. Any questions, Commissioner?
No, I have a comment when we're done with that about renewals.
Oh, okay. All right. Do I have a motion to approve the staff recommendations on final licenses? Case of Grafton LLC, Lazy River Products, Tewksbury LLC, Richards Flowers LLC, and Green Gold Group, Inc. Do I have such a motion, Commissioner Camargo? Do I have a second, Commissioner Roy?
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
and Commissioner Stebbins votes aye, 3 in favor, none opposed. Commissioner Camargo, you have a comment on renewal?
Yeah, let's just to take a step back to make sure that we're good. Suko, I know you're still on. Did
Yes.
we, and I know we already said yes, but I think there's, just to clarify, did we do 44 and 50 and 45?
I don't think that you did. I think what happened was
think we did.
number 43 was presented as 60 something, and then you guys were addressing that, I believe is where we stopped.
Through the chair, the original motion was 1 through 31, 33 through 42, and then 44 and 45.
Okay,
That was the motion that was read.
all right.
So 44 and 45 were part of the original motion.
Suko, just, because she was asking, so I want to make sure she's okay, she understands it, because
Sorry.
she's, no,
I just
don't
wanted to make
apologize.
sure, I'm sorry.
Don't apologize, but sounds like, executive director, you're saying we did, okay. Your boss said we did, Suko.
Sorry.
You're good.
Okay, then we did.
I'll speak a little louder next time,
Yeah.
Siko. My apologies. Okay, Commissioner Roy?
Yeah, I just have a request, and, you know, I'm happy to see we approved an MTC located in Palmer today. I was wondering, perhaps the next meeting, in light of the recent medical, hearing listening session we had, if we could have a heat map, if you would, to show where they are, and where the closures were, to see if we legitimately have MTC deserts. If there's a way we could have that information in front of us, I think that would be very helpful.
We can pull that together. That'd be great. The other piece of it to overlay with that would not only be where the MTCs are located, but if they all offered delivery, what's kind of the radius of that delivery as well? Like,
Let's easily do medical, and then we could help, you know.
Well-
Been trying to do that for a lot of years. I would love to be able to serve the medical people that we turn around away every day, you know.
Man,
understand. Yep, Commissioner.
if you will, there's a method to my madness. So we want to see this data. We want to demonstrate that there is lack of access and opportunity, right? And so that's part of getting where we need to go. And vertical integration is a big topic that this body needs to address, but we want to be thoughtful and informed. And getting that map is going to help us get us to where we need to be. But thank you. I appreciate that. And I know there's an overwhelming desire to service patients in your communities. So thank you for that.
All right, let's take a 30-minute lunch break. We'll be back at 1:20.
On your renewal.
Congrats. Holding your breath. bring us back. Suko, how are you?
I'm good.
Okay. Commission meeting is back in session. Sorry for that delay. We had a number of folks in the room after our break that wanted to have conversation, but we're picking back up on the agenda, Suko, with staff recommendation on provisional licenses.
Okay. The applicant here is Ember Gardens Boston LLC. They are seeking a marijuana retail license with the proposed location of 297 Newberry Street in Boston. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval will be subject to the conditions before you.
Commissioner Roy, I believe you have a condition on the licensee.
I do.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. For Ember Gardens Boston LLC Retail, prior to final licensure in accordance with 935 CMR 500-146 A through J, please provide the commission with a copy of your consumer education. To ensure compliance, consumer educational materials shall include subsections A through J and must also include the phone number for the Massachusetts Substance Use Helpline. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I think that was it. If there's no other comments, I will seek a motion to approve the provisional license for Ember Gardens Boston LLC, MRN 284206, subject to the condition articulated by Commissioner Roy. Do I have such motion, Commissioner Camargo?
So moved.
Do I have a second, Commissioner Roy?
Before I second, I also placed the exact same condition on Ember Gardens in February of 2023. So to my friends at Ember Garden, if you open another location, just please include your consumer education so I don't have to put the condition anymore. Thank you.
All
Second.
Second. Very good. Motion made and seconded. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, to a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
And Commissioner Stebbins votes aye, 3 in favor, none opposed. All right, we took care of final licenses. Suko staff recommendations on a responsible vendor training renewal license.
Okay, we have 420 Trainers LLC. They are seeking to be renewed for an additional 2-year certification to provide basic core curriculum training in the Responsible Vendor Training Program. They plan on providing both in-person and virtual training environments. Therefore, commission staff recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Okay, Suko, just a quick question. When it comes to, and correct me if I'm wrong, when it comes to renewals, we get a sense, or all of our RVTs do student surveys. We assess that. We get an idea of how many folks that they've trained, et cetera. Is that still information required when they renew?
I believe it is. I know in the executive summary, it shows like how many like people they've trained. Is that what you mean?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Any questions on this RVT renewal license? Commissioner Roy, go.
To your point, though, we were asking about a student survey, like the quality of the content, the applicability of it.
Yeah, I thought we were doing that, but I think the latter half of my question was around, they need to give us numbers on how many folks that they actually train.
But to your point, should we be doing surveys about the quality of the content and the applicability of it?
But you're going to get me started down the whole RVT discussion if that's what you were trying to do. Yes, I mean, fully forthright. I think we need to review our RVT program. And again, this is, I don't want to have any of my comments be reflective of the work that our RVT trainers do. They are teaching to the curriculum that we require, but I do think, you know, we do need to, I think we need to look at RVT as more professional development and kind of going through the curriculum every year. It's currently the requirement. I think there are opportunities for us to change that up. Commissioner Roy, go ahead.
And I don't want to hold up this vote, but, well, let's vote on this. I do have an RBT thing. I don't want to hold up the vote.
Okay, all right. I will seek a motion to approve the responsible vendor training renewal license for 420 Trainers LLC. Do I have such a motion, Commissioner Roy?
So moved.
Do I have a second, Commissioner Camargo?
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
And Commissioner Stebbins votes aye, 3 in favor, none opposed. Commissioner Roy?
I just have a process question. So, do we put out RFPs on these or do folks, I think some folks proactively come to us.
Mhm.
And if so, I mean, can we start to put out informal requests around social consumption RBT? Because there's really smart, talented people who can create RBT. And I don't want to be behind the 8 ball. So I just for our RBT folks out there listening, right? We're gonna have to have that.
Yeah, one of the things that we plan to do is we work on the social consumption framework. We are setting up an RVT advisory group. We've had a number of folks from the public safety community that want to be part of that, look at the curriculum, look at the regulations. I think we need to, right now, it's a lot of the folks who've expressed interest. We've met through conversations we've had with the Massachusetts Municipal Police Training Committee. But I think there are other folks around public health or fire safety that we want to engage to be part of that advisory group. Okay. All right. Suko, is there anything else today?
I just want to give a couple of acknowledgements if I can.
Of course.
First, I just want to thank the commissioners and the executive director for the opportunity to present INE's recommendations today. I also would sincerely like to thank the licensing staff for their dedication, showing up every day, adapting to shifting priorities and meeting tight deadlines with professionalism and excellence. I also want to recognize Director Koval for stepping into this role with confidence and strong leadership. Additionally, I'd also like to acknowledge Chief Jones for her guidance, for advocating on our behalf, and for holding us accountable to the highest standards. And finally, I want to extend my deepest appreciation to the entire INE division. Their hard work and diligence are the foundation of our success, and without their efforts, I wouldn't have the privilege to present these recommendations today. They are the driving force behind the licenses we put forward. So that's all for me.
Well said, Suko. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the good work you do.
Thank you.
All right. Next, we will move on to commission discussion and votes. The first item up for discussion is the delivery exclusivity working group recommendation, and this is being presented by our Deputy General Counsel, Michael Baker. Counselor.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Chair. I do have some slides for you for this presentation. We could pull them up.
Pull your mic a little bit closer, Mike.
Sure.
We go to the next slide.
The next one, please. All right, so the purpose of this working group, so again, this is the delivery exclusivity update we're providing. My name is Michael. I'm the Deputy General Counsel here and also a member of the working group. The purpose of the working group is charged with collecting the data required under the regulations, and it's further charged with developing recommendations for the Commission's consideration regarding whether to extend the period of exclusivity. The time frame, so this working group had been established as of April 4th, 2024, and it was initiated under the leadership of Commissioner Concepcion and Celia Williams. Celia, thank you so much for all your work that you did to this report. Could not have gotten to this point without you, so thank you very, very much. Next slide, please. So overall, the working group is tasked with reviewing the regulatory and economic factors, analyzing market performance and licensing data, gathering stakeholder and industry feedback, developing policy recommendations, and evaluating the impact of the exclusivity period. Next slide, please. So the delivery exclusivity incorporates all delivery licensees. So that's delivery operators, couriers, and delivery endorsements. If you look at the bottom, 0505E brings the delivery endorsements into this exclusivity period. And then under 935 CMR 500 050 10B and 11F, they mirror each other. So when I'm explaining this, I'm explaining both sections. The first one, again, 10B pertains to courier, whereas 11F pertains to delivery operators. So this paragraph, again, is reflected as basically almost a mirror image of each other. So if we want to think about it like that, that's how I'm presenting it to you all. But it is two different regulatory sections. Ultimately, these sections that you're seeing right now under 10B and 11F, they explain that the commission may vote to extend the deliver exclusivity period following a determination that the goal of the exclusivity period to promote and encourage full participation in the regulated marijuana industry by people from communities that have been previously disproportionately harmed by marijuana prohibition and enforcement of the law has not been met. As the regs continue on in these sections, they list different criteria to be used to evaluate the goal or goals of the exclusivity period, and again, whether that's been met or not. It's important to note for the purpose of this update that one of those criteria is a catch-all provision. It's under G of those sections, which allows the commission to include any other information it determines to be relevant for the ultimate evaluation by you all, the board. Next slide, please. So 2 and 3, again, it's a continuation of those two sections here. 2 says that the commission shall collect and report on data measuring the criteria. Regulations call for the review to begin at least 8 months prior to the expiration of the delivery exclusivity period. And as I showed you on my first slide here, that group was established in April of 2024, so about 1 year ago. So I think we're meeting that provision. Under 3 here, you can preserve the exclusivity period. The regulations allow for the commission to affirmatively vote for a 12-month extension. However, under 3, if any additional extension is requested, the board would have to find that the goal or goals of the exclusivity period had not been met. And so I'm here to bring this question before the board, and ultimately the working group as of right now would recommend a 12-month extension allowed under the regulations in order to continue analyzing, collecting data, and to study recent changes, especially as they pertain to the statutory amendments and regulatory amendments that were recently passed. Next slide, please. So this is really the reasons that we're recommending the extension, 1 through 6 here. Happy to talk about them with you all. The first one being that we recently just finalized regulations as they pertain to these licensees. And ultimately, that ended at the end of last year. So in order to make sure that we're capturing the data to have a more accurate snapshot of the current climate, it would be really important to include those recent data points stemming from those recent regulatory amendments. So that I would say is a really big piece here that we want to capture in this report. And so this extension would give us that time to take a better snapshot in time relative to the environment here. Any questions on that point? The next one under 2 is examine the effects of the ongoing implementation of the HCA statutory and regulatory amendments. As you're hearing from our licensing department here, we're still enforcing and updating those HCA as they come in. So ultimately, it's really important, again, as we're bringing these HCAs into compliance, that we're able to take an accurate snapshot in time right now of how that has changed the regulatory climate here. So, and again, 2, 3, and 4 are all really dealing from the amendments from Chapter 180 that are now being baked into reg and ultimately the industry. So in a similar fashion for 3, we have the municipal equity regulations, which cities and towns are currently implementing right now, which ultimately would affect the overall environment here. And the working group therefore determines that we ought to try to capture how that is affecting licensees. Under 4, the Cannabis Social Equity Trust Fund is offering a lifeline monetarily for these licensees. And so ultimately assessing how that has impacted these class of folks is really important. And so again, the working group is hoping to get the time to accurately capture that information. The last 2, so collect additional data as requested by the commission. So if you all have any additional data you think would be helpful in making your determination, please let us know, and we'll be happy to try to incorporate that into the report. And then lastly, ultimately, you know, this delivery exclusivity period is in our regulations, and if you're to vote to make amendments to them, we will have to update our regulations and bake that into the regs. So ultimately, that would need to be done if you grant the extension before April 2026. So again, if we have 12 months, we can bring this report back to you and ultimately try to bake in the next round of regs sometime before, again, the extension expires next year. However that looks, depending upon the conversation and how you want to move forward. Any questions before we move on to the next slide?
Commissioner,
I have a bunch of questions. Should I just save them to the end?
can save them till the end. If they reflect something on the slide you currently have up, you can ask them now.
Could I just do the next slide and then I think it's a good time to pause?
Slides.
Almost, yeah, but it's sure. Thank you. The next one is the timeline. I'll just go through that and I think you can open it up. Next slide, please. So again, this is relative to if the commission votes to make the extension. So today is March 13th. So that's obviously reflected in the first bullet point. And then moving forward, the working group would have to continue to collect data and analyze it to produce the report, which again, you don't see this yet, but in the motion language, we're having the date of September 11th, which should be the date of a public meeting in September. So we're hoping to bring the updated report to you all at that public meeting. And then that's when the commission would vote for the question of whether the exclusivity period had been met. And then subsequent to that, September through April would ultimately be us trying to bake the updated guidance from you all into regulation on whatever period you would like to extend it to. Or if you determine that in the alternative that the goals have been met, then we would, strike the exclusivity period. So in saying all that, I think it's a good time to pause for discussion.
Commissioner Roy, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Deputy General Counsel Baker. Do we have goals and criteria that we can share with the public?
Not at this point, and I think I'd hesitate to offer that as of right now because it's subject to change if we vote for the extension, depending upon the different information that we receive.
Okay.
Excuse me.
Okay, so in the regulations under 550, the commission shall collect and report on data measuring the criteria throughout the exclusivity period. But it seems like we're doing retroactive. For certain criteria, is that accurate?
I think that the report will reflect the entire period. So
I'm sorry, maybe I phrased it wrong. The commission shall collect and report on data measuring criteria throughout the exclusivity period. So maybe I'm interpreting it as it's ongoing. There's a collection of data, but this seems like we're doing this retroactively. Is that accurate?
I don't think it's accurate because we collect data every month that we would be using for this report overall. So we collect licensing data that we'll be pulling from. So I think we've been collecting it.
So I guess I mean the economic feasibility part.
I think that's actually I'm happy you pointed that out because I think that's actually one of the areas that's most difficult to capture without taking extra time because of the regulatory amendments. It would be really difficult to understand the feasibility of moving forward without having that information.
Okay, and so the charter that you referenced, was that the original charter or was there one prior? Was there a working group or a charter prior to the one that you referenced?
I only know of the one.
Okay, okay. So I guess lessons learned moving forward, like for the social consumption exclusivity period, and I noticed that's higher than 36 months. It was proposed at how many, 64 maybe?
The draft would be 60, so 5 years.
Okay, so okay, so that's different than the 36 months. We're proposing 60 months for social consumption, right? Okay, and the thought being,
The thought. Deviate here a little bit.
yeah, a little bit.
When I first saw the 36 months for delivery exclusivity, I did inquire like where did the 36 months come from? And I think at the end of the day, they felt it was a reasonable time frame to assess the impact. When it comes to social consumption, I put forward 60 months. And I base that off of if somebody had to go out and, draw a home equity line of credit on their home to pay for build out, to pay for any capital improvements, most terms of that are no less than 5 and no more than 30. That's where I came up with the 5 for that exclusivity.
Context, thank you. So, and I'm grateful we held a hearing. And I think a lot of folks did attend virtually and provided testimony, which I think it's critical we do things like this. But I did ask for the minutes and thank you, Deputy General Counsel. You got me the minutes. And I was reading through them and former Commissioner Shalene Title testified, and I'm just going to read what she said in the minute. This is in the minutes. She said the next so the next speaker was former Commissioner Shalene Title. She noted that other speakers had referenced arbitrary numbers for extending the exclusivity period and cautioned that the regulations already provided a process for extending the exclusivity period, which should be followed. She explained that setting arbitrary standards for exclusivity period would invite litigation. Do you feel she's accurate in that assessment?
Well, I mean, it's certainly one person's opinion. I think what Deputy General Counsel has laid out here is a very reasonable strategy forward that protects the interests of the commission.
Okay.
And Mr. Acting Chair, and I think the additional time, if we're able to get the vote today, would really shore up some of the areas that I think the report could use based off of, again, the 1 through 6 that we just offered there. I think having that information would solidify the position.
Go ahead. You're still up.
Chair, I'm still up.
Yeah.
May I ask, because of open meeting law, I have to ask these questions now. This is my opportunity. Who is currently on the working group?
I don't have all the names in front of me, but we typically have someone represented from each department. Relative to the commissioners, so it was initially Commissioner Concepcion, and recently Commissioner Camargo helped to guide the conversation in the last month.
I was just gonna, through the chair, just note, I think we'll probably look at that group moving forward. If the commissioners are in favor of the additional 12 months, going through a number of the bullet points 1 through 6 that the Deputy GC went through. And so we might look to either add or replace anybody on that group as needed from the beginning of the stages. So I think that process would follow this meeting, looking at the makeup of that group.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Executive Director. That's really helpful. I had mentioned to Acting Chair that for working groups, we have many of them for different reasons. If a working group revolves around a statutory requirement or a regulatory deadline, I made the suggestion that really 2 commissioners should be on that because if for whatever reason, illness, you don't know what life brings, and that commissioner is no longer available, the industry still needs to keep moving forward and the work needs to continue. So when we do have statutory mandates or deadlines or regulatory deadlines, I think it's kind of like you had mentioned it, right? When we talked about the tip line, one person and it, you can't have one fail. You got a saying around that. And I think that we can apply, I forget what that saying you said, but we can apply that to something like this. And especially now with social consumption on the horizon, I think for that exclusivity working group, you need 2 commissioners on that.
If you don't mind, through the chair, the single point of failure is what we
No
don't.
point of failure. I'm gonna write that down.
Yes, I think, obviously demonstrated, Commissioner Camargo was asked to step in to make sure that everything sort of had some feedback from the commissioners through this process to get to this day. But obviously we should look at that aspect of moving ahead with the working group. I think we still have a majority of people who've been working on it as well. And so obviously I'm new, so perhaps my direct involvement or I'd like to at least sort of be part of that process as well. So again, just looking at it, moving ahead now within this 12-month period, if the commissioners are in favor, and making sure that by September 11th, you have the final sort of all of the data that you're going to need to make a long-term decision. That's the goal of where we are right now. I agree, though, that 2 commissioners in some of these instances, especially discussions that may take a long period of time, allows us to have continuity.
And I think you might have just told us that for some of these regulatory requirements that the ED should also be a participating person. Is that what I picked up?
Yeah.
Okay.
If I may.
Commissioner Camargo,
Commissioner.
were you all set?
Yeah,
So-
for the moment, yeah. Commissioner Roy, to your question, Commissioner Concepcion was leading this. She is on maternity leave, and then I jumped in. So there's 2 of us technically, but there's 1 on leave. So maybe it's like the 3rd one.
Right.
But just so you know, this has 2 commissioners.
Okay, thank you for that clarity.
Commissioner Camargo, do you have anything you want to add? I appreciate the working group's efforts. I know we have the data sources. I think what interested me was the slide you put up that had we been sitting here 6 or 7 months ago, probably would not have been necessarily in play, right? We hadn't changed delivery license regs to move from 2 drivers down to 1 driver. The Social Equity Fund had not had its first real full funding round. We are bumping up against deadlines for the municipal equity strategies. Obviously, as Commissioner Roy has pointed out, we have 33 SEPs who are still in that HCA purgatory. And obviously, that's a critical element for, addressing what is an interesting term about full participation in the industry. And I'd also point out, we just last spring had our 4th SEP cohort open up. We had over 200 people apply to get into that cohort. So if you were looking strictly at full participation, when you have 200 more people who are clamoring to be part of that program, jump in, that potentially is another indicator to me. I think what I have found interesting about this is there are measurements that they want us to look at about full participation. But at the same time, they're also looking at those categories that assess the strength of these 2 license types and their ability to be successful. So all that said, it's a complex collection of data. It's a complex assessment of that data. Getting back to your point, Commissioner Roy, we were all early in our tenure when this exclusivity period started, but there was litigation that was threatened against the commission for this exclusivity period. So making sure at the end of the day, we come up with a sound reasoning for an extension. Again, if we get to that point, we wanted to be able to fend off any potential legal challenges and save our legal team some headaches. Commissioner Roy?
In the data collection so far, at a very, very high level, can you share any of the categories that we have information on, or?
Yeah, happy to speak to what the regulations call for, because that's essentially
was
how
looking
we're,
at it.
yeah, so I didn't include it in the slide because we have so much information already. But the regulations currently call for, again, A through G in the subsections that I've indicated throughout the slides. So overall rates of participation in the regulated marijuana industry by people from communities that have been previously disproportionately harmed by marijuana prohibition and enforcement. Overall rates of participation in the regulated marijuana industry by people of color, licenses granted to businesses with majority ownership comprised of economic empowerment priority applicants and social equity program participants, number of registered agents who are social equity program participants. And then the two, again, that I've indicated that are more difficult to capture is number of delivery licensees in operation and business performance relative to other marijuana establishments. And then the number F in there is financial feasibility of continued participation in the regulated marijuana industry by people from communities that have been previously disproportionately harmed by marijuana prohibition enforcement. Well, that's a mouthful, but and then again, the catch-all G is any other information the commission determines relevant. So the data that we're pulling from, again, using a lot of the licensing data that you see every month, speaks to those specific points.
And and to follow up, you said maybe the most tricky one is the financial feasibility of the license type.
I think just the way that it's written is E and F seem to be the most difficult to capture. And then also, you know, in furtherance of our point here, we made, as the commission, we made amendments at the end of last year that greatly affect the delivery licensees. And so determine financial feasibility relative to that without incorporating the regulatory changes seems like it's not fully in taking the snapshot of the environment.
And since we don't have that full snapshot, that's why legal's recommending the 12-month versus a 3 to 7 to 10 year extension.
Exactly, and that will help you all make that determination if you want to extend it. That's the difference between a 3 or 5 year or 7 year or something like that. If that's the way that it's going and the way that the data reads.
Go ahead.
And Mike, you and I talked offline about that particular topic with what does financial feasibility look like? I had thrown out a few recommendations about looking perhaps at, I mean, if it's shown not to be fully financially feasible, that bolsters the recommendation to extend the exclusivity period. Is that correct?
I would say that's accurate.
Okay, and so knowing that, I think maybe perhaps looking at profit and loss of these entities, accounts receivable, closures, you know, all of these things, to me would lend itself to demonstrating financial feasibility.
Mr. Acting Chair. I appreciate that feedback, and if you have any other items you'd like to include in the report relative to that, I would appreciate speaking to you or having you give them to me so we can try to bake them into the overall report this summer.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That was a good question. It's the same question I had in terms of what you've hit on a couple of them, but what makes up business performance? What makes up demonstrating success in business performance? So appreciate that. Go ahead.
May I add, I would also ask about, I know we've gone to the 2-to-1 agent in a car, but how many agents on average do these license type have? Have they had to have layoffs? Have they had to downscale their operation? That would be another question that I would have for these delivery operators and couriers and endorsement folks as well.
Good points. Well, and we've talked about it a lot, right? There are things that we've talked about doing to support this license type, whether it's delivery to no towns, whether, you know, again, we heard from a delivery operator says, you don't even include us on your find a retailer section. So there are those little microcosm snapshots that are going to be helpful along the way as well. Commissioner Camargo, anything you want to add?
Yeah, no, Commissioner Roy, thank you for adding that. And I think the other piece of it too is, I just thought about, some of these folks in like the last year were selling their cars off, right? Some of them, right?
They had to sell assets.
Right. Now it's a little different with the two agent rule that was, we edited, I guess. I don't even know how to say it right now. I'm so exhausted. But promulgated, yeah. But also I think, yeah, I would just say that. I'll just keep it at that, but that's very helpful. Yeah.
No other questions. Going to take two motions. The first is going to, go ahead.
There's a question. Oh, I thought you were.
I was just gonna say, can you move to the next slide, please?
Sure, so-
Is there one more slide?
Yeah, I actually remember now what I was gonna say.
While we're moving to that next slide, Commissioner Camargo.
While we get the next slide, Commissioner Roy, I just want to clarify, because I think sometimes there's misconception or miscommunication internally in the outside world. You said that you had met with Mike to have a conversation around this beforehand, before the meeting. We all do that. And yeah. So I want to just educate the public, because, this is a big deal for the industry. People thinking that, there's any backdoor conversations with our legal team that you may be having, or any of us. So I want to be very clear that all of us as commissioners meet with our team before we go to public meeting to learn more about these topics before they get here. And because of the open meeting law, we have to do it individually or 2 by 2. So just want to make sure that's, there.
And also because of the open meeting law, our staff understand, as they're briefing us on agenda items, that they can't share information that they might have heard from one commissioner or another.
Thank you, Commissioner Camargo. That's a great point. And because of open meeting law, like for social consumption, I wasn't privy to that. And for this, so I have to go from 0 to 180 in a matter of like days.
Correct.
Right? Because this is all like new to me. So, like HCA's was reversed. I had the information and you guys had to go from 0 to 180 in a short amount of time. So that's why I said that, Mike and I have had these conversations, but you're right. We all meet individually, because of open meeting law.
Yeah. And I want to make sure people know that, because, some of us get pinned with miscommunication for meeting with our own teams before public meeting and getting the information and then having the conversation here. There is that lack of misperception or miscommunication from the outside world. So want to make that clear.
And thank you, our staff, because honestly, they must feel like they're on repeat because they have to meet with us either individually or like in 2. So it's like Groundhog Day for them and a lot of these meetings, because they have to keep having them over and over because we can't all be together. So thank you.
Being mindful of what they said from meeting to meeting to meeting. But let's do 0 to 60, 0 to 180 is a complete turnaround. So, wow. Okay. Leadfoot Roy over here.
Exactly.
All right. Again, we'd like to do this in 2 motions. The first motion is to extend the delivery exclusivity period for an additional 12 months as provided under 935 CMR 500.050 10B3 and 935 CMR 500.050 11F3. You have a question or you want to?
I'm going to make a friendly amendment.
Okay, but so we haven't entertained the motion yet, but what do you want
I need to go back to the slide that says September 11th, those dates, please.
The timeline.
Subject to updates by September 11th.
Hmm.
I just want to bake in this timeline into this motion language.
The next motion does have the September 11th.
Oh, it does. I don't
Yeah.
have it on you.
Yeah, that's okay.
If I may, through the
We can do that
chair,
in the next one.
as well. So the second motion, I think we had a discussion yesterday, so I made the point, it's not actually necessary, obviously it's the intent, but I think by having the second motion dictate that the intent is to have that report back to you by September 11th. The first motion is simply to extend for the 12 months. And then nothing would happen beyond the 12 months extension without that report being in front of you by September 11th at the latest. Does that answer what your question was about September 11th?
Yeah, I didn't realize that the motion language was broken up into two. I just wanted to, and we've done this before, right? With the promulgation of the regs, we bake some deadlines into the motion language. It just keeps everybody on their toes. Do you need, executive director, motion language that would say that you can reevaluate the charter or the members? Because right now,
He's already doing that.
I don't believe it needs to be in this motion, but I understand your question, which is what we talked about earlier, that the group may change slightly based on its original makeup. I don't believe that requires a vote of the commission. I don't know if the GC disagrees.
I concur with that.
okay, thank you. Okay, I'm sorry. So what did you ask for?
I've asked for a motion. The first motion is again to move to extend the Liberty exclusivity period for an additional 12 months as provided under 935 CMR 500.050 10B3 and 935 CMR 500.050 11F3. I guess I would have a question. We could bake in the April 2026 date, perhaps in that first motion. Deputy GC, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I think by saying 12 months, that is indicated, but if you want to be overly inclusive, you totally could add it at the end. Or in the middle.
It would be 12 months. I'm sorry, Chair. May I?
Go
So
ahead.
It would be 12 months from today.
It's
12
months, I think, from the
day the exclusivity period ends, which is April 1st.
Commissioner Wright, go ahead.
So should we put in the citations for ME with DE? So we have courier in delivery operator citations, but we do not have citations for ME with DE, I call it.
I believe that would be included in the first provision. 10B3 is inclusive of delivery endorsements. Is that what you're getting at, Commissioner?
10B3, let me just look at 10B3.
And that's because the endorsements for delivery endorsements, that's under 0505E, which brings it into 10B. So
So if I'm a micro business with a delivery endorsement, that'll satisfy under 050 10B3.
yep.
I'm confused. Where are we, Commissioner Roy? No, I'm confused because that's under courier.
I know, but that's how the regulations were written. So, so again, under 500-0505E, it says that it cross sites to 10B3 to bring it into that process. And so I don't think it's necessary, Commissioner, but I think that if you want to include.
I think we should do 500-050-5E.
Right.
Commissioner Roy, can you, a point of clarification, just so that, as we kind of,
Sure, go ahead, Commissioner.
Commissioner Roy, say it again. I'm with
Sure,
you, just-
that's great. No, I appreciate that. If I may, Chair.
Mhm.
Okay, so the citations we have, 550 10B3 and 550 11F3.
Mhm.
Those are the exact citations for delivery operator and delivery courier.
Yep.
So we also have MEs with a delivery endorsement. So we were gonna umbrella them under 550 10B3, but to be extra cautious, I think we should put that citation of 500 050 5E, which has its own, which says, and I can read it, a delivery endorsement shall be subject to the exclusivity provisions for delivery licensees established in 935, 500, 550, 10B.
Chair Stebbins, can we take a 5-10 minute legal break?
Sure. We'll come back at 2:40.
It's a restroom.
Okay.
Commissioner Roy, that maybe. Is that, you good with that? Just be extra cautious.
Are there any MTCs that are SCP also?
On that too, but the MTCs, they can, you know what, I did think of that, they can deliver to any town, every town, so there's no ban on delivery.
There's no exclusivity for them to try There's no MTC.
I don't believe there's exclusivity.
Yeah, there are no SCPs that are.
All right. Sure. All right, reconvening, Commissioner Roy.
Deputy General Counsel, has the SCP data been baked into this analysis so far?
It's hard to say yes or no because we don't have a report in front of us to, I'm not presenting a report to you. So
Right. Okay. Okay, and you're advising we can't go higher than 12 months today,
that's correct.
based on the lack of a report.
I wouldn't characterize it in that way. I would say the regulations allow for a 12-month extension.
Mhm.
If you wanted to go past 12 months for an extension as like a set term of 36 months or 24 months, then you would have to opine on whether full participation has been
Right.
met from from communities that have been disproportionately harmed. But again, the working group is seeking an extension to get you more accurate data to make that determination.
Okay, including the financial feasibility
Exactly.
and other criteria.
Yeah.
Okay, so with, so I guess there's not a comfort level, like we need that report to go further than the 12 months, right? Like to have the data based on the regs. Okay, thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, I would entertain a motion to extend the delivery exclusivity period for an additional 12 months as provided under 935 CMR 500.050 10B3, 935 CMR 500.050 11F3, and 935 CMR 500.050 5E until April 1st, 2026. To have such a motion, Commissioner Camargo.
So moved.
Do I have a second, Commissioner Roy?
Second,
Motion been made and seconded. Any last comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo, Commissioner Roy,
aye.
and Commissioner Stebbins votes aye, 3 in favor, none opposed. I would also entertain a motion to direct the executive director in consultation with the sponsoring commissioner to work with the members of the delivery exclusivity working group to finalize the report and present the report at public meeting no later than September 11th of 2025. Commissioner Roy, go ahead.
Friendly amendment, commissioners, plural.
Sure. Restate the motion, which wasn't seconded. Seek a motion to direct the executive director in consultation with the sponsoring commissioners to work with the members of the delivery exclusivity working group to finalize the report and present the report at public meeting no later than September 11th, 2025. Do I have such a motion, Commissioner Roy?
So moved.
Do I have a second, Commissioner Camargo?
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo, Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
and Commissioner Stebbins votes aye, 3 in favor, none opposed. Thank you, Deputy GC. Appreciate it. Commissioners, thank you for your collaboration on this. Next item on the agenda, we'll invite our CPO back up as well as I believe our CTIO. This is job description for the data analyst position. CPO, welcome back. CTIO, nice to have you at the table. Whoever wants to go first.
Commissioners. You probably won't hear much from me on this. Oh wait, I can turn this on. You probably won't hear much from me on this, this position. But I am advocating for the role and I am supporting the approval of a data analyst for the agency. And I know Paul can give you in-depth details regarding what this position will be doing. If you have questions about that, other than what you see in the job description, please feel free to ask him. But this job is definitely needed. This position is needed because this position can support a lot of the data gathering that we are required to do based on various mandates. And also this will set the foundation for a system of metrics across the agency. Just about everything that we do in the commission, we need metrics for, just about everything. And I think for those of you who don't believe in data, I can tell you that data tells a story, and it's the best way for us to tell the story about the commission. So this is definitely needed. We do have a director, a data director at this point. She's extremely overwhelmed. There's so much data to gather, so many reports to provide. And I think if you get a chance, you might, Paul, do you still have that meeting, that data meeting that you have? If you get an opportunity, and I'm going to ask Paul to send you an invite to one of those meetings, so you can get a really good view or a good perception of what goes on in terms of us collecting data here at the commission and what we use it for. So without any further ado, if you don't have any questions for me, Paul can go over the details of the data analyst role.
Now, Debbie, other than your reminder about data, you might be entitled to your own opinion. You're not entitled to your own set of facts. Paul,
Thank you.
I know, Paul, at our last meeting, you did walk through the position description. You walked through that this was actually changing out the vacancy that you had and aligning this job description with that vacancy. So
Correct.
kind of tell us budget neutral, budget
Definitely, budget neutral.
Yeah.
Definitely for that swap out. And that was already approved. That swap out is an approved position for FY25. And the data analyst was something that we put in the ask for in FY26. The expectation will end up hopefully next year with both positions filled, but we're swapping the priority where the data analytics role is much more important to get filled at this time.
I know we obviously had a discussion. We've all seen the job description. Commissioner Camargo, several of these positions wanted to give the ED a chance to weigh in. So I'm going to invite the ED to offer his thoughts on this position, even after 9 days. He's had a chance to review it, and invite you to make any comments you want to on the position.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think there's quite a few positions right now, trying to review as quickly as possible. Obviously, some have had to wait, and so I don't want to hold that process up. Where this position had previously been on your agenda, I was able to look at it early in the process of onboarding. So fully understand and support the switch out here. Obviously, we'll have more clarity to Paul's point about, whether or not we can fill both positions, the one originally in FY25 and the one requested in 26. As we move through the FY26 budget process, that's not obviously only for IT. We have a number of different requests in that FY26 budget that will dictate some of what we're going to be doing as we move forward. But I have reviewed this in full support of the CPO and the CTIO and this approach to filling this position.
Okay. Commissioner Roy, go ahead.
And I know I asked a slew of questions last month, and just to reiterate though, this particular position has implications around public health and helping us to provide data, correct?
Correct, absolutely, yes. Part of the position is helping, our CPO mentioned, our Director of Data Analytics is trying to build out the infrastructure, respond to reports, collect data in, and then produce the reports and analysis going out. And as Debbie said, their data tells a story, but you need to almost have an interpreter tell the story and look at the story. And that's what this role will do, and focus a lot on the internal data.
Go ahead.
And hopefully this gets approved today, but looking forward and always planning ahead. So we just had last month the industry report presented to us, and in combing through that, we submitted questions were due the other day. one of my questions was about the limited scope of testing, the months of testing, and the limited scope of available data to the research team. If we approve this position, will this individual, this function of this role help the research team get the information, the scope of the information that they need? So if they need 2 years, they get 2 years, not an abbreviated scope.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, absolutely. You know, the goal is to build a unified data infrastructure. This role would be very pivotal to that. And as you know, once we get the testing data in for whatever output purposes it is, whether it's for health and safety or whether it's for the industry report or even, you know, helping guide discussions and regulation changes here at the commission level, having that data and then be able to deliver that data, this role really is key to
Pivotal, isn't it?
Absolutely.
It is. Thank you.
Commissioner Kumar?
I do.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Paul. And I know we talked about it, I don't know, last month or a few weeks ago. And thank you, ED Ahern, for your comments. Can you tell us a little bit about, I guess for me, I would like to hear, what does your department look like? What's the data department? Who's on your data department? I know Dr. Sarkis is, and I met the other person who's in the department as well. What's her name?
Stephanie Thomas.
Stephanie Thomas. I met her really
Data
briefly.
manager, yep.
She's the data manager.
Correct.
Okay, but can you tell us a little bit more just about the department? How does this position fit into that? Because I know when it came on the agenda, it came in quickly a couple of days before. So kind of just curious, why not before? Why now? And then obviously, is this internal? Is it external? Which I asked last time. So it would be helpful to hear a little bit of that. And I see the job description, but what does this really mean for this role for the agency, not just A or B department?
Certainly. Thank you, Commissioner. So I'll try and back up. So the IT team is I have two distinct groups. There are IT operations and security, headed by our Director of IT Security Operations, Daniel Freeman, and then the data team headed up by Dr. Sarkis, the Director of Data Analytics. The data team right now is just two individuals, as you noted, Dr. Sarkis and then Stephanie Thomas, our data manager. The data manager role is kind of the hands-on, does a lot of the transactional work, pulls data from primary focus is licensing platform, formats it, puts it, prepares it for open data, and such. Dr. Sarkis is working largely on the infrastructure side, building out the overall scope, but also doing a lot of this responding to the public records requests, media requests, and such. So Dr. Sarkis is being pulled in multiple different directions. This role would report directly to the Director of Data Analytics, would be involved in the hands-on responding to many of these data requests, would free up time for Dr. Sarkis to continue to build out the data infrastructure and focus on those kind of high-level discussions, but also be able to not just deliver data, but provide analytics. As we put more and more stuff into Tableau, Tableau doesn't just pop things out.
Yeah.
You've got to make charts and you've got to build that. And this role is very, very key. That's one of its primary functions will be building out the reporting, charting capabilities, which then gets the ability to do alerting, looking for anomalies on the health and safety side and reporting. We've just this week got several more requests on things to be able to report and alert on for the investigation, the enforcement team as well. So it's very, very critical. Why not before? We had tried to balance between the dynamics developer role and the data analytics role. We were hoping we get the dynamics developer in that would help a little bit in a tangential sake, and the data would be pushed out. Over the last 6 months, the demand for data has only exploded. We talked about the exclusivity period, but just all, many areas around both regulations and testing, enforcement side of things. So it really became a much more important, much more critical in the last, I'd say certainly in the last 6 months that this conversation has begun to happen about doing the swap out.
And then is this something you're thinking internally or externally?
I think for both an opportunity, as our CPO has talked about, it being able to provide upward growth for individuals within the commission, as well as for expediency to potentially fill this role because it's so important. We are going to release it internally first. If we don't have candidates or quality candidates that adequately fit the role. Yeah, it's a little bit of a game. We might lose a few weeks to do that, but then certainly would not hesitate to move to an external posting a little bit further down if that is what occurred.
Yeah, I guess my other, and thank you for that, Paul. My other question is, and I know what the qualifications are, but what are you looking for in the person who's going to come fill this role besides what it says on paper?
Certainly, you know, a major part of this role, and it is in the job description, is we definitely need someone who's organized. You know, there's a lot of projects going on, and some, it's not just doing data, and much of the skill sets are very similar. If you're able to do analysis and data, you often have a approaching to thinking organized and structured. So we certainly want someone who's going to be organized and structured, a little bit of self-starting to be able to take on projects and even push the boundaries. You know, again, the data analytics is fun in that it just, you can just keep digging deeper and deeper in, and the more you find, the more you ask and such. So we want someone who can have that capability, the curiosity, but also the organization and structure to be able to, you know, really push that position further.
Are you looking for this person to have specific data analysis experience?
Yes. Yeah, we're looking, the requirements do talk about experience in at least one of the quantitative data analytics tools, and really the advanced ones, not like an Excel spreadsheet or such, but really Tableau, some of the statistical languages as well. So.
And I hear you on the internal piece. I always caution when we're creating promotional opportunities that we do it the right way, if that's the case. And if it's external, then it's external, but just, you know, being cautious, because we can't create jobs and talk to folks internally and then, you know, they don't get them. So I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page on that. So whether it's internal, external, but that it's very clear. So thank you.
Thank you.
Of course, CPA.
Thank you so much. So Commissioner Camargo, when we create internal opportunities, promotional opportunities, we usually take a look at the staff. We do an assessment of what skills we have available to us, you know, what their experience is, and whether or not they can meet the minimum criteria. And that's actually something that we're going to change in our policy going forward, because right now we have individuals who may be interested in opportunities that we have, whether we post it internally or externally. But if they don't meet the minimum criteria, it's very difficult for us to say, okay, let's put you in this role, let's train you up or upskill you. So that's very difficult to do. So that's a good point.
Yeah, and I'm glad you're saying that, Debbie, because thank you for saying that, because we're, you know, folks hear these positions internally, they hear they're coming, they try to, you know, we're rushing them to get on the agenda. You already know why I pause on all the positions, right? Until at least the ED had some time to review these. But Debbie, to your point, it's like our internal folks are getting excited. And if you start talking to them and if they feel like they're getting promised the job and then they apply and they don't get the job,
Right.
That's a legal situation we're in, right? So thank you for explaining that as well, because that's helpful.
Yeah, and the other thing too is, you know, whenever we come across a highly technical role, we won't necessarily open it for internal promotion opportunities. We will actually post it internally and externally, because we really want to see what other talent is out there. But again, you know, we do that assessment to make sure that we have those skills internally if we're going to transform the position into a promotional opportunity.
Have we done that for this one? Since you're saying this is a new policy, have we done that for this role already?
We don't have the policy in place yet, but that's a discussion that we have with a hiring manager.
Okay.
And we actually in HR, we do take a look at the qualifications of individuals who are applying. One of the other practices here that apparently has become a policy is that whenever we post a position internally, anyone who applies for the role, we have to interview them, which is it's very discouraging for the employee, because if they don't meet the minimum requirements, then we have an issue. So, however, the flip side of that, it gives us an opportunity to really talk to that staff member about their career, you know, right? And what we can do to kind of support that, and retention also kind of ties into it.
It's important to hear. It's important for us to have the conversation, because
we okay this, y'all posted it in 2 days, somebody's already hired, so we just want to make very clear how this is working. So thank you so much, I appreciate it. Thank you, Deb.
We'll certainly be, this, it's following the standard process of, 2 weeks resume review, working with HR, exactly.
Yeah, just to add on to these comments, obviously the way we can fill this position faster, whether it's squeezing in some of the posting times, this position is budgeted for this year. And I know Debbie, when she was our acting ED, hated giving money back. So the faster we can get somebody in this position and start drawing down what would have been their salary from this year's budget would be helpful. So, Commissioner Roy?
Part of this new position, would they be instrumental in the data catalog, or would that allow Dr. Sarkis to have more ability to establish this a little further? The reason I say it is because I know I have been advocating for it, and right now we have a CSV file for the data, and we have an API endpoint file I can't open sitting here.
Yeah, you need a special tool for that.
So why is that, is that useful to the public?
The APIs are used largely by media organizations. So API is it's application programming interface. So it's for automated tools to pull that data in, digested by a computer program, not by individual. That's where the CSV file is there. That's digestible by an individual person.
Right. So I guess to modernize, I'd be looking for us to take it to the next level beyond a CSV file. And Connecticut is an extraordinary example of the modernization where they have the COAs, the product name, manufacturer, who tested it, this whole COA, what the methodology was at everyone's fingertips. So I encourage everybody to look at Connecticut's product registry. So I'm hoping with this new person on board, this is a great start, and I don't want to sound like I'm being negative. It's just, how do we get this to the next level?
Thank you, Commissioner. So to your point, to answer your question, so this role would free up Dr. Sarkis to work on that modernization. We have the tools in place now. Tableau is the platform. I think that you're envisioning of that. We have the data, and what we began delivering was the raw data. The next step is now taking and doing visualizations and such. So Dr. Sarkis will lead that effort. Again, the data analyst will have some involvement in that. Again, we will look at projects on a project by project basis to who has the bandwidth at each time. So between the two of them, or between the three of them in the entire data team, I won't say anyone's going to be exclusively in one area or the other.
Shared mission.
It'll be shared mission, shared experience, and again, shared capabilities. Each person hopefully will have a slightly different skill set. With the data analyst being focused on really, again, on once I get the data in now, what can I do in Tableau?
And honestly, the platform that Connecticut would make it easier on your team, because there's not this culling of data. It's just practically just uploading of it, and the COAs would have everything instead of having all of these rows and columns of data entry fields. The certificate of analysis has it all right there. So I just, I'd like to spend time with Dr. Sarkis with going over that together. Because not only would it show THC, THCA, but it would show contaminants as well.
Thank you, Commissioner. So without getting too technical today, and I gladly have this conversation further, it's offline, just to share the details. The part of the challenge today, and this is what Dr. Sarkis is focused on, is we have to get the data from somewhere, and the source of that data today is Metric for that seed to sale platform. And Metric is not the most easy to work with from the data, just because nothing else with the volume. I mean, there's 72 million records in the testing table. We have to extract that into our environment and work with that. So there's step one of getting data, and the presentation side is the other half.
Go ahead.
Thank you. And I appreciate that, Paul, so much. So next month, I believe I'll be working with CIE to sponsor COAs And we have metric retail ID, which has been used sporadically and not consistently. If it was used consistently, then that extrapolation of those certificates of analysis would be at your fingertips. So more to come on that. I think COAs are of high value and underutilized right now. So that's just more to come next month.
Absolutely. I'm thanking Commissioner. I'm thrilled about the data to be able to have the COAs available and the test results all available. So again, this is where this role becomes very instrumental, and why the prioritization now of it is to prepare for, again, that's a perfect example of what I was referring to, of the regulatory changes upcoming that, data is either going to support or have to react to.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There's no other discussion. I'll seek a motion to approve the job description for a data analyst. Do I have such a motion, Commissioner Camargo?
So moved.
Do I have a second, Commissioner Roy?
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, do a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo, Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
and Commissioner Stebbins votes aye. 3 in favor, none opposed. All right. Next item is the tip line update. So Chief Clark, stay with us. Chief Jones, welcome you up to the front of the room. This conversation is being presented by Commissioner Roy, our CTIO, as well as our Chief of Investigations and Enforcement, Chief Jones. We can start with you, and then if you want to hand it off. Yep.
I can just.
Welcome, Chief. Commissioner Roy.
I just want to thank you, Chair, for adding this to the agenda. And I want to say that this has been a collaborative effort. I want to thank Paul, our Chief of Information Technology. And I want to thank CIE, who's been very supportive, and our new ED, who has been supportive. And, unfortunately, it takes events to spur different things. And, when Lorna passed, it really put a spotlight on worker safety in the cannabis industry. Since then, OSHA has issued reports. We have acknowledged that cannabis dust is an allergen. We want to always prioritize worker safety. Having said that, we also want to prioritize consumer and patient safety. And we do that. We prioritize it. But how do we make it more effective and efficient and streamlined, where we can track and trace and monitor? And right now, Paul, I think we counted yesterday, right? We got it up to 20 different vehicles, if you will, to lodge or file a complaint. Some of those even conflate questions with complaints. So maybe it's not a complaint, it's a question. So how do we get a more accurate intake process, triage process? You use the phrase, Chair, where a lot of times we're complaint box A. That's true. And I know Paul has all of this on his slides. And so the time has come for us to get this up and running and implemented. I know many stakeholders have reached out to me. They are grateful to us for getting this moving. And we're required to do so. And this is Paul's first slide. So Paul, I'm going to steal a little bit of your thunder. Okay. So in 300 complaints process, number 1, in a time and manner determined by the commission, a dedicated telephone number, email address, or other means shall be provided for members of the public or consumers to notify the commission of complaints regarding marijuana establishment agents, or host communities. The commission may, at its discretion, investigate or decline to investigate any complaint or refer a complaint to another law enforcement or regulatory authority. Just this past week, we testified at the Joint Ways and Means Committee about our advocating for our budget. And we're very grateful to our partners in the legislature for affording us that opportunity. And then we had really thoughtful questions after. And one of the questions posed to us was just about this, about filing complaints. And this was a representative, legislator, elected official, unsure of how is the best way to file a complaint with the commission. This one happened to be about a billboard, which was adult use. And I think the complaint was they were on the billboard advertising discounts. And so, you know, we shared with her, the commission's in the process of establishing a one-stop shop, if you will, a one phone number, a dedicated phone line, a dedicated web page or page where you can upload documents and photos, which we don't have that ability right now. And so, you know, even the legislature is aware that, you know, it's a little confusing, and that doesn't mean we don't take every complaint seriously. We do. It's just, how do we, you know, per our regulation, have a dedicated phone line, a dedicated source to do so. So having said that, I just want to thank you both, because I know, Paul, you and I have had many discussions around this, and I know we're making progress. So I stole a little bit of your thunder, but I want to thank you in advance.
Thank you, Commissioner, and you can steal my thunder anytime on this. So thank you. You can go to the next slide, please. And the next slide. So as Commissioner Roy, you pointed out, our standard kind of our preferred communications method or reach out for complaints, input sources are our investigations mailbox, which that's actually the wrong email address. I apologize. It's supposed to be inspections. That correction did not get in time. The Commission General mailbox, our Commission General phone number, and our Constituent Services call center number, as well as we get stuff in mail, letters occasionally. Next page slide, please. Then there's a whole host of other sources, including each of the active commissioners, you know, any commission staff, department, individual, investigators, testing team, enforcement council, EPCO, potentially people come in on all the different variety of topics, and they can be an email, phone, in person. The inspections mailbox, public meeting listening sessions we've had, as well as report from other state agencies and even the legislature itself and the media. So a wide variety of input sources, and I know that we probably missed one or two more here as it is, but I think everyone gets the point of this. Right now, we've got some stuff coming in multiple different ways to multiple different people about multiple different topics. Next slide, please. So right now, the current process is each complaint is routed to an appropriate team based on the nature of the complaint by whoever received it. So there's not one streamlined process. It's coming in again from all over the place. Think of it almost like an airline map of, you know, there's hubs and spokes and where things are coming from, which creates this central tracking, triage, and reporting. Go ahead, Commissioner Roy.
I just want to pause you right there, because this is a super important point. Currently, there's no central tracking, triage, or reporting. So if we were to ask for data, like what are the common complaints, what are the common, like there's no central repository for all of this. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay.
And as noted below, you know, we can pull specifics, but it's not a cohesive view of what the process looks like, who's getting them, and the type of, to answer your questions, the type of complaints, most frequently asked questions, are there, you know, things that should be, you know, flagged, like this is the fourth type of complaint, that we need to look at this as opposed to a one-off. Each of the teams has an appropriate SOP for handling it, but again, there's no central SOP process for the commission overall. Outside of each departmental one. Just for a little background, the inspections team via the inspections mailbox, only the mailbox, the email box, received 303 complaints in 2024. That does not include any other sources, phone calls, reports from commissioners, investigation referrals. The licensing team received 52 complaints in January of this year alone to them as well. The executive services teams fielded about 754 messages last year that refer to I&E, but some of those were a mix of questions, follow-up, just informational, and some complaints. Some of those complaints were already 654. Wow. Just on the referral side. To your point earlier, that was an area that we discovered when we were doing this exercise. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
I'm sorry, Paul, you're saying that too quickly. What was it, 6?
654 referrals from the constituent services team to
Okay,
the investigation enforcement team.
okay.
Now, those are made up of actual investigations, patient complaints, but it could also be
So they came in through their first.
through them
round.
first and routed to.
Oh.
Many of them are just straight questions, how do I,
Yeah,
even,
yeah.
even enforcement interpretations and such. Obviously, the CSA team receives the widest variety of topics. So that 654 is inclusive of all those.
Got it. Thank you.
To your point, Commissioner Roy, right now that this was uncovered as part of this preparation, is that we're not breaking those down even further. So we don't know what are complaints and what are patient referrals and what are allocation management stuff. So we will begin working with the CSA team to see if we can further break those metrics down. But that goes back to how they report and collect it. In addition, Chapter 180 introduced the need for additional reporting mechanisms for the HCA and municipal equity complaints. So we're seeing this broad, as you can see, you get a picture, there's a lot here. Clearly, to make things more efficient, the goal is to consolidate this down to a cohesive overall process. Next slide, please. So the project goal of the tip lines really is to implement a single tips and complaint reporting process throughout the commission. Identify a single phone number, single email address, have a web page outlining the tip and complaint process, a web form that's capable of receiving attachments such as documents and photos. Today, we do have a website form you can submit a complaint to, but there's no capability to put an attachment in. And what happens then is, and Chief of Enforcement can talk a little bit about this, is then the investigation team has to follow up and asks for that information. You send us a picture of the moldy cannabis or the advertisement that's not proper. So hopefully having this form will make that even easier and produce less work having to follow up as often. Creating essentials triage, distribution, and tracking mechanism. So how does it come in? Where does it go? Vetting even before it gets out into the teams is that's really not a complaint that's really maybe a question. It can go to government affairs or EPCO or whomever else. Again, the commission-wide SOP as to what our policies are around this, because there's potential for HR, PII, medical information, as well as privacy in private information, financial information that may end up in some of these reports. So we want to make sure we have those compliance policies in place, and then align the team-specific SOPs that are in place with that overall SOP. Obviously, testing and then a launch of that process.
Commissioner Roy, go ahead.
On this slide. Well, so you and I had talked about for the phone number and the email address, a vanity URL or a vanity type like CCC tips, something that will roll off the tongue, easy for folks to remember. So you're going to look into that, correct?
Yes, we'll look into that both on the website side as well as for a phone number.
Okay, and my other point I want to make is we've talked about the 20 different various ways people lodge complaints, and we're complaint box A. And I know I always remind us of 30A, and we're not only regulators, we're adjudicators. So if we are getting this stuff, we can just direct people to this as opposed to being in complaint box A. It preserves us a little bit more than we're being preserved right now.
Absolutely.
Insulates us.
Absolutely. That's a primary goal of this. Again, why the central place is because now it becomes easy for you just to say, here's the process, here's the website, here's the URL, phone number, go, that's the way you have to report it. I as the commissioner, you can't do that, but here's how to do it. And with the intention, that was really a very forethought to protect you.
Protect and preserve that. And then, do you want, okay. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Acting Chair. So if I may chime in, Commissioner Roy, there's a way to route that right now. If you could please direct them to the inspections mailbox as well, that if they are submitting on want to lodge a complaint, they are to use that mailbox.
What's the address on that?
It's the inspections at CCC Mass. I think we have it on the slide, .com. If we could, we'll be able to provide it to you.
It's inspections at CCCmass.com.
Not investment.
Inspections at CCC Mass. Okay.
.com.
Okay.
And then for testing, related complaints, they already know that we do have a testing mailbox as well, and I believe it's testing at ccmas.com.
I didn't even know that.
Right, so yeah, so it will be helpful because the thing is, we want to ensure, that these complaints, we are receiving them and are following up in a timely manner. The other thing that I want to also add on to what Paul said, in terms of tracking, within INE, we do have a way of tracking because we do have a case management system. So once a complaint is lodged, we do initiate a docket number of some sort that's affiliated with that complaint. So for tracking purposes, we're always going to have that information, which is why when we do have public records requests in terms of how many complaints and things like that that we've received, we've always been able to rely on our case management system to be able to do so, to be responsive to that.
I figured you guys did in INA for sure, because you have investigations and
all that,
right, nature of your responsibilities and part of it. My question is on the last bullet, launch, and I guess I'll direct it towards ED. Do you have a vision of when you think, a time frame, or if you had a magic wand, be launched?
I think obviously the two individuals at the opposite table are going to be a big part of that. I thought you had made a point to the Joint Ways Means on Monday of this week that we do have the expectation within our FY26 budget request that there's positions that we need. I think the CIE has made the point that to have somebody who is there to intake a central tip line or email address and make sure that complaints or questions are getting to the right spot is probably something that right now, if we dropped on top of the team, would be an add-on similar to what we heard earlier, which is that licensing is taken over HCAs, all these things without additional staff. So I think I can't give you a specific point for launch. I think from the IT perspective, we can be ready to go when we have the internal capability to do so. So I think that's probably the next step is for us as a team to work on that. So I can't give you a specific time, but ideally at our next meeting, we'll be able to give you a little bit more of a specific timeline.
That's awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you.
And can you go to the next slide, please? I would take some of the questions.
Hold on.
No, finish.
Good.
No, please, because I have tons of questions.
Okay, I did have it partly. So I just wanted to update the status of where we are, which may answer some questions too. So the web form development work is complete and it's beginning undergoing review this week. So we've got all the, that was quite a heavy lift as it turned out to be able to bring in documents in a secure environment that's within our environment that's not in a third party or elsewhere. So that process is done now. It comes directly into our Microsoft SharePoint environment, and we'll need to go through legal review just for any terms and conditions on that, as well as just form and format by communications team, and then just operationally. And the team, the leadership team is working on that. Next step, is the landing page, which we'll be working with Anne-Marie on developing and a timeline for that. The SOPs and policies, again, legal, ED, or chief people officer, in each of the various departments. Reference to what we just mentioned, the position of the complaint traffic manager. So the development of that position description and approval. So we can have that in place when the budget is available. So we did talk about that as a leadership team to expedite, to put that in place to get the position description approved. So it's ready whenever the budget permits. We still need to finalize a few things around how we'll do the complaint tracking system within our Dynamics environment. Partly that's going to be because we need the SOP and policies first. Obviously then testing the communications plan, working with our digital comms and as well as traditional communications on communicating this out through the public meeting, through other mechanisms, and then a launch date. So. And that is my last slide. Just wanted to
Commissioner, you had questions?
Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Chief. Well, you're both chiefs. Thank you, chiefs. So Commissioner Roy, I just want to thank you because I feel like Lorna passed, I want to say January of 2022, right? So we're 2025. it's been 2+ years, but I feel like you started talking about this even with former other commissioner who was here as well before that. I think you've been asking for this on our behalf, right? Because we all take on different projects, right? So I just want to say thank you for staying on top of it. You know, it is what it is. I don't want to be a negative Nelly here, but you know, you look at all this and you're like, wow, how does this, you know, this is a lot, you know, and my questions out loud, you don't have to answer them now. It's like, so who's going to manage this, right? Does this become a new position? I used to be the treasurer of the commission. I passed it on to Commissioner Roy, right? But like, what is this going to cost? You know, is this a new position? What does this sit? I had a prior job like this at one of my former, when I worked somewhere else. This is a full-time job. And then trying to triage and everything else, right? So where does it sit? Who manages it? Where does it sit under what department? What does it cost? Commissioner Roy, I know you have a marketing and communications background, so the question with the shorter website and tip line, right? Like, I love that. I'm also questioning, not for now, but just out loud, like, what's the perfect, you know, wording for this? Is this a tip line? Because it's even more than a tip line. So is that the name? But again, that's for another day. But those are the questions and thoughts that I have. And you know, it's been now 2 years, and you know, I don't want to, you know, I'm not being negative. I'm just saying, like, it's taken us 2 years to even see this, right? So, but I know that we've been working on it. So I guess my question is, in terms of these next steps, I see them on here, and obviously, our ED just gave us the background. But what is our timeline for this? Like, is this something that is going to take us like another 6 months, you know, to 8 months to launch? Like, you know, and it's okay. But what is this? Because we do get all the complaints. And if we don't reply, you know, we're always sending complaints to you all, folks in the community. I mean, there's so much. And sometimes it's just education, you know, and sending folks to different places. So those are my thoughts, but thank you for today's presentation, and Commissioner Roy, thank you for staying on this all this time.
Go ahead, Chief.
Thank you, Chair. So to answer your question, the third bullet point under the next step talks about the development of a position of the complaint traffic manager, which is a new role specifically to manage this.
I missed that.
Budget part, don't know yet until we define this. I mean, is this a paralegal? Is this just a traffic, you know, someone that's a communications person? Is it an enforcement, you know, someone with an enforcement background? What do we need to do? I don't think, you know, we haven't quite gone there yet, and that would have obviously impacts on the budget side of it. As for the timeline, this is, you know, as noted, our executive director's 9th day, and I think we just started talking about this last week. So I would defer to the executive director and allow us some time to digest and figure out what we can implement where, certainly in lieu of having the traffic manager position in place. Again, we did have a brief conversation about this as chiefs and in preparation for this meeting. The idea of how to getting that job is, you know, taking that work for HR and amongst us to get that description together, make those decisions, and also in the same place as where is this going to live? Is this an I&E function? Is it a legal function? Is it potentially executive office? You know, that those are, I think, all questions we've asked internally as well that just need some answers. And certainly, I think we've been waiting for the executive director to come on board.
We'll blame it on him
to help guide that, because obviously it'll have some impact overall. But aside that, I will defer to the executive director on any other comments.
Anything you want to add at this point?
Mr. Chair. So I think the other that was a very good summary from the CTIO. I think, you know, the reality is centralizing will offer some efficiencies. So I think one of the discussions that we had, I think it also came up, actually, the Joint Ways Means, is a lot of the calls that may come into the commission may get rerouted to MDAR or other state agencies that are not appropriately coming to us. So it will be interesting through, you know, a centralized process to sort of get some of that data as well. And it may ultimately in the long run reduce some workload. But as of right now, I think the point was made by the CIE as well that all of this is being handled. It's being handled in numerous areas. And so ideally, by having a central figure, that will reduce workload for certain individuals that now are only dealing with the items that are coming to them appropriately. And not having to reroute them themselves. So there are efficiencies to be found through this process, and yet really setting it up correctly from the beginning is going to avoid a lot of headaches for also the end users who are the ones who are interacting with the CCC. So right now you can reach out through a number of different means. We're looking to centralize that, but we need to have the process internally to ensure that nothing slips through the cracks during that transition.
Commissioner Roy.
And I just want to share that other agencies have similar tip lines. Like I think Mass Gaming has one. So we're not inventing the wheel. We're kind of just recreating it a little bit, but not completely. And, thinking about where it could sit, I appreciate that question, Commissioner Kumar, because I hadn't really given that thought. And then I look in the room, I'm like, busy, everybody's so busy, but maybe appropriate. And I see a chief at the back of the room who's been overseeing our medical program, the constituent services team, and is intimately familiar with their roles and responsibilities and the enormous amount of inquiries, complaints, and that they receive. So maybe that's an appropriate place with you, Chief of Staff. I'm just throwing it out there because of your experience with what you're doing right now with the medical program. So just a thought, just throwing it out there. To your question about as far as calling it a tip line, we have to be mindful that the commission doesn't have the authority to convey, invoke whistleblower protections to anybody. We don't have that authority. So we can't really call it that. We can't really call it a whistleblower line because that comes with a whole other set of connotations and it is. And I know this legislation being filed that would exempt us from public records requests along this, but until that becomes law, if it ever does, we have to be mindful it's a tip line and we can't promise anonymity if it's an email. Like eventually when an investigation, the purpose is expired, then that is a public document. So we just have to be mindful of that too. Yeah.
If I may.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, Commissioner Roy, I hear you. And that's why I even said I see the description now, complaint traffic manager, that's pretty clever. And then the tip line as it relates to the name, right? So we do have to be mindful of all that stuff. So thank you.
Yeah. Again, echo the thanks to Commissioner Roy. She's taken the lead on this and has not let it slip off our radar screen. So greatly appreciate that. Just a couple of notes. First of all, reflecting on the comments we heard at the Ways and Means hearing, it wasn't only about somebody lodged a complaint. In this case, it was against a billboard, but for the person filing the complaint or concern, there is that, how did they find out what happened if they're that interested? And I know that's difficult because it stretches the gamut. Was it a simple complaint about a billboard all the way up to what potentially falls into I&E is could be a very lengthy investigation depending on the matter. So keeping in mind, trying to set the person who's filing the complaint or the concern, keeping their expectations or helping set their expectations, I think is going to be important. One of the concerns, and secondly, I think to Commissioner Roy's point about there are other agencies doing this, is we build it out. Let's have conversations with them to see how they do it, again, so we're not reinventing the wheel. The other piece, which I had a concern about, but when I saw the first two pieces of the regulation, was the fact that we can choose to decide whether we're going to pursue an investigation or not. And part of that gets back to how much information do we get? I don't want I&E for all the work they're already doing to be kind of chasing ghosts. Or if you need to have somebody's information to follow up with them or ask more questions, we want to make sure that's possible. Understanding this piece of legislation that may protect anonymity of some folks, and we ought to talk about whether we don't obviously lobby for particular pieces of legislation, but if there's a way for us to voice our interest in having that type of protection extended might be helpful. But so those are all the general concerns. Obviously, we have a regulatory obligation to meet and we should meet it, but it's setting a complainer's expectations, it's also making sure that I&E isn't chasing everything that's got people trying to drop a dime on somebody else for no apparent reason other than their own interests. So,
I just had one item.
and also the fact that when you were talking about 22 ways to lodge a complaint, I didn't know commissioners were part of that count, but
They
that
were.
makes sense now. So, Edie, go ahead.
Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to point out that the billboard comment that was made by Rep. Sullivan Almeida was a good discussion, and I think it ties in with this. And then she noted at the end that somebody had brought it to the CCC's attention and that the billboard was then resolved. So obviously, again, to the point, this is being done, right? It's being done in a way that's just not centralized at the moment. So I thought it was a good discussion that was brought up by the rep. And I appreciated that she noted that the CCC was very responsive in handling that as well.
And we're not, and that was great to hear also, and thank you for bringing it up. Were it not for somebody visibly being able to drive by and see the change to the billboard, another complaint, how would they have understood that it was heard, acted on, and taken care of? So, Chief Jones, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Acting Chair. So the other thing is that this is a good segue to, I think the investigative process is something that, you know, there was a request for us to talk about that. I have talked about that before, but I think to bolster your point in terms of educational awareness as a reminder of where things are right now, we do receive a number of complaints, and those numbers that you saw here do not encapsulate all the complaints that we're receiving and that we're following up on with limited staff. So the staff is not just doing inspections, they also have to follow up on those complaints, and then also they have to investigate those complaints. So when there's a conversation about timeliness of complaints, those things need to be considered in terms of all the different tasks that the, you know, investigators, compliance officers, and also the testing team that they have. So for example, if it's a situation where they skip an inspection just to then follow up on a complaint, I'm sure the licenses will be complaining and say, you know, they're not there to do an inspection. So that's something that needs to be considered as well in terms of us getting additional resources to follow up on these complaints, because there is a leading of complaints. And so what's been happening is we do get a number of complaints that fall under a different jurisdiction. And then we find ourselves having to triage those complaints and then, you know, refer them to either, you know, other agencies. It could be OSHA, it could be MDA, it could be DPH, and all different types of agencies that we have out there. To date, as far as I know, to my knowledge, we have not declined to follow up on a complaint that falls within our jurisdiction. We have been making, you know, our mantra actually, or policy, to follow up on all the complaints that we can. And then even anonymous complaints, one of our struggles that we have is that when we do follow up on those complaints with anonymous complaints, then they do not, you know, respond back to us. They do not provide us the additional documentation, you know, for us to do further follow-up. So at that time, we have to close that matter due to lack of cooperation. So I think the public needs to understand that. So it's not all complaints whereby the commission is able to adjudicate or follow up on, especially if they're not also being cooperative in terms of us to be able to do the work that we need to do. So we've also, as a matter of fact, we, in addition to everything else that we do, we go to joint inspections, right?
Turn your mic on.
Sorry. I forgot to do this. We
heard you.
Yes, you heard me also, yeah. Thank you. So we attend joint inspections with other jurisdictions. We do information sharing, documentation sharing. We've entered into a number of MOUs with other agencies because of what we learned in the past in terms of how to develop our compliance or robust compliance program. So those are some of the things that I think, as far as we're looking forward in terms of next steps of how we will be moving forward with this. The ED had already alluded to this, that in terms of even if we have a dedicated staff member, it is important to also think about if that staff member is also on leave or other things do come up, who's going to be the, you know, backup or cover for that particular staff, because they are a leading of complaints. And I think the public's perception is one of which that if they do submit a complaint to us, then they need to get a response as soon as they submit the complaint. But due diligence review is required in order for us to be able to make certain decisions or even for our enforcement actions. And then lastly, one other thing I want to really point out outside of our inspections mailbox, testing mailbox, some of the mailboxes that we talked about here today outside of constituent services, they have their leads, right? So the licenses specifically, they do have leads that follow up on specific complaints related to the complaints that come in specific to those licensees. And then for those, complaints that do not have a lead, we do it on a rotational basis. So that's why a caseload of our compliance, of our investigators is one of which weighs 40+ cases per investigator in terms of the licenses that they have to lead as far as overseeing their ongoing compliance matters outside of other investigative matters that are ongoing and all that. And that's inclusive of also patient complaints. Our compliance officers, they do follow up on complaints related to patient allotments and things of that nature. So it's a host of complaints that we receive on a daily basis. And even with the resources that we have that are really very limited, that's not even incorporating the licensing staff that also receives inquiries that come in the licensing mailbox that the staff have to follow up on, in addition to processing the applications that are online.
And Chief, if I might follow up on your comments, it comes down to those last two bullets, which is the communications plan and the launch. Setting expectations for people when they do log in. And, again, laying out all of the kind of just reminders to everybody about process. We, I think, as a commission, should be voicing the concern as we have and we did on Monday in terms of bandwidth and resources and staffing. But part of that becomes educating people about what this is for, what you can expect after you file something or don't file something, or, if you don't cooperate, we might drop your complaint if you're not providing us additional information to help us do our job. So a lot of pieces to this. I think this has been a good discussion to kind of understand where we are and where we want to get to and why we need to get there. So we do have a motion in front of us to direct project staff to work together to complete next steps to operationalize and launch a centralized tip line. If there's no other conversation, I would seek that motion. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Language, thank you. It's awesome.
I can't take all the credit. I got to look over to the GC, but yeah,
Commissioner Stokes, may I ask just?
Of course.
So now I hear your motion, and then Commissioner Roy, I heard you looking for a home for this.
Yeah, and I nominated Andrew up the top
Yeah.
and CD's.
I guess my prerogative, yeah, absolutely. But my question is,
Andrew,
who's in charge of this right now? Like, who's leading these efforts? Obviously, you two are here sitting, but this has set with you or with you? How does?
It started with me from a it started with me from a technology standpoint. The ask was, can we get the phone line? Can we get the website and the forms? There was also the ask around the Chapter 180 for the municipal equity complaint form and identification of, again, we're now adding 2 or 3 more things to that input list. And it's like, time out, let's take a step. So I kind of took that as the lead on. But at this point, this really would be the executive directors, I think, is the lead or direct as to who would then lead going forward.
I just wanted to understand that and be clear, because this is a big undertaking. So is it a working group? Is it, and then Commissioner Roy, because of your comment, I'm just curious if Andrew will be part of these conversations. Obviously,
I just threw that out.
No, I know. I was gonna say that. No, but.
He kind of slunk down in his seat after you brought his name up.
I'm not giving you extra work, but because what Commissioner Roy said, and you do manage constituent services, you could probably be helpful in terms of the brainstorming. So again, executive director, it's up to him, but I just wanted to be clear so that once we hear it and later on it comes back, we understand, where it's lived and how it moves forward. And I know, it's hard. We're getting used to having an executive director, an official executive director in terms of giving you some of these things. So I know this will end up falling on your plate as well. So thank you.
That's his 3rd legal path that he's gone through sitting in this meeting. You have something you want to add, Commissioner?
No, I wouldn't add anything to earlier. This group will work together. Andrew was in the conversation earlier as well. I think at the end of the day, it's going to come down to sort of the technology is ready to go when we are ready to go, and we're not looking to currently, without adding some capacity, put this on somebody that, ultimately leads to a inefficient launch that has impacts internally on our staff or externally on somebody who's looking to get something noticed by the proper party within the organization. So as of right now, we're not ready to cut over. We're going to have those discussions, and we'll certainly come back to you as we move forward. You identified though, right? So of the 22 places or so that somebody may be reaching out with a complaint or something that needs to be looked into, constituent services is certainly one of those areas. And so is one of the groups that is also currently rerouting something that may not be appropriately sent to them. So there's a number of different parties that we'll be working with, and again, the launch will be ready when we have kind of it ready to be done correctly, and we should have an update for you ideally in the coming weeks.
All right. So I had a motion. I'll reiterate the motion so we can hear it again. Motion to direct project staff to work together to complete next steps, operationalize and launch a centralized tip line. Do I have such motion, Commissioner Roy?
So,
All right. Do I have a second, Commissioner Camargo?
so moved. Second.
Second. Motion made and seconded. Any further discussion? Thank you both for the conversation.
Thank you so much.
Do a roll call vote before I forget. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy? Aye. And Commissioner Stebbins votes aye, 3 in favor, none opposed. All right. Thank you. All right, Chief Jones, this time you get to stay. Anybody else coming up to join you? Talk about the next item, which is recommendation to amend section 5.4 of the technical protocol and amend administrative order number 4, requiring licensees to submit full panel test sample for required compliance testing.
I'm down, Tim and Tim. Tim, you go by Tim, right? Not or Timothy. Okay, Tim and Tim. No, whatever you like. We have one more person. Full house.
Okay. Welcome. All right. Tim, Genevieve, Tim, Chief, you want to kick this conversation off?
Thank you, Acting Chair. Can you all hear me? I'm not so sure right now. I remote guy now. Can you hear me now? I hope I don't get too loud. We're here to talk to the board related to, we have a bulletin, the duplicate sampling bulletin that was released on November 6th of 2024. Then we also had an administrative order that was approved by the commission on December 17th. And then this administrative order is supposed to be implemented on April 1st of 2025. So the team is currently working on all documents related to the implementation of this administrative order number 4. So what we're here to do today is to talk about, since the department had released the bulletin related to duplicate sampling, we want to rescind that bulletin because of metric functionality. At this time, we are at a point where with metric, we do not have that functionality in order for us to be able to move forward with duplicate sampling as we had articulated or outlined in the reminder bulletin that was released on November 6th of 2024. So we wanted to publicly, let the licensees and the public know or have that awareness or be cognizant of the fact that that's what we're going to be doing. And relative to the administrative order, there is a section of the protocol, which is section 5.4 of the protocol. I'll have Tim Bowers, which is our interim director of testing, talk more about that in terms of what the specifics of that protocol, what they entail. That, and then also with Genevieve here, she will be also chiming in as well as far as that is concerned, in terms of what we want the board to consider or to contemplate as far as those items are concerned, which is the language which is cited within our administrative order, which is paragraph 6 of administrative order, it does touch upon that section of the testing protocol. And then also, the testing protocol as it stands, we want the board to consider, what they want to do relative to that, considering that we don't have the metric functionality. We also checked in with metric to sort of get an estimate in terms of how much this would cost. At this particular time, we do not have a specific number. And then secondly, we asked metric to see what other jurisdictions that are working with metric that are in fact already doing this. At this particular time, there's no other jurisdictions. We don't have other jurisdictions that are in fact doing this. And then lastly, from my end, we wanted the board to also know that we are working on revisions related to the protocol, related to the regulations. And we are anticipating that maybe, around summertime or so, we'll start having those presentation in collaboration with the executive director, in collaboration with the general counsel, relative to bringing some of those revisions before the board, for the board to consider. And then also allowing the ITLs to have sort of a public comment, related to those changes prior to socializing them. So now I'll turn it to Tim Bowers and Genevieve to sort of to talk about that section of the protocol.
Yeah, so this section of the protocol is section 5.4 of the Commission's testing protocol. It is essentially a quality control procedure that marijuana producers, cultivators, and product manufacturers are obligated to follow, where they would take a percentage of their product batches from each product type and submit them to the same ITL that provided their original compliance result for that batch. And they would send 5% of the product type for a blind quality control sample. The duplicate samples would need to be taken on the same day as from the same production batches. So the sampling would occur at the same time at the facility. Importantly, the ITLs receiving this would not know its source or be able to identify any information that they could correlate it to a previous test result they produced. This is the issue with functionality and metric. Nowhere in the country is metric configured to basically untrace a product. And so that is the issue that we're dealing with right now and presenting to the board. It's the reason for our decision to rescind the bulletin that reinforces the protocol section that we're bringing to your attention today. And if I may add something, the QC in the protocol, QC quality control is used in the in the regulations in different places. This QC measure is intended to determine the quality control within a laboratory for its processes and within the licensee's production for that product. So it's a different idea of quality control than is referenced throughout the regulations.
Any other, Tim, anything you want to add? Okay. I shared with the team yesterday thinking about this, and I understand the need to change the protocol. We have a deadline. We want to get this updated protocol out, right? It's comes active, would you say April 1st, right? Oh, the administrative order, sorry. And I understand the metric functionality piece, greatly appreciate the fact you looked at what other jurisdictions do. Just so we all hear it, the conversation I had with you was about, at some point, if metric gave us this functionality, or if we paid for the metric functionality, is there still a benefit to having this work done? And again, my question was, do we take it out only at some point, maybe to come back and put it in, or a way of, marking it as something that you don't need to comply with right now, but maybe setting an expectation for the future. So that was kind of my big question, just to be transparent with my colleagues in terms of what my question was. You know, since kind of reflecting, not trying to cause more confusion for our labs or confusion for our licensees, but at the same time, is there any benefit, as you see it, at least to setting a direction and thinking at some point we may be able to do this? I guess the other big question is, if other states aren't doing it right now, what's our appetite to fully pursue this, again, knowing the metric functionality isn't there? So I'll spin the policy hat kind of back to all of you to think through, as a policy, is this still where we want to go? If the metric functionality ever happened, or because we see that other states aren't doing it, that's a model we can live by and we don't need to do this. Whoever wants to go first. Go ahead.
Thank you, Acting Chair. I think the department has a favorable view of the concept embodied in the protocol section. I think what's important is that the way that it is dictated in the protocol, metric does not have that functionality right now.
Right.
In order to achieve a similar result, we could consider alternatives and work with metric towards that end, if that's helpful. You know, there are definitely other options that can be explored. Whether or not they're feasible remains to be seen. And meanwhile, we are engaging with metric on this particular functionality to get an actual cost estimate. Since the protocol is on the table, it could be revisited at some point in either this form or in a different form, depending on the capabilities of the system.
Okay. Okay. Commissioner Roy, go ahead.
Thank you. I just want to generally summarize. So there's 3 documents. There's the bulletin. There's the protocol, which was drafted in March of 2021 and revised in December of 2021. And then there's the administrative order, 3 separate documents. Your recommendation is to rescind the bulletin outright, correct?
If I may, Acting Chair, yes, the rescission of the bulletin, and this is something that the board did not vote on.
Yeah.
This was a departmental thing that we released as a reminder. And so therefore, yes, would like.
Informing us you're going to rescind.
Yes.
Okay, I think.
Would like to rescind that.
Okay, so number 2, the protocol, which was created in March of 2021 and revised December of 2021, I think we all agree needs to be significantly updated. And so that will remain a living, breathing document until we're not rescinding the protocol. It's just staying the way it is. We're not enforcing the duplicate sample because we have no mechanism to do it. Well, even though the language remains in the document. Okay, and third, the administrative order is, we talked about paragraph 6. And I made a friendly amendment to some language. Can we incorporate that today, and do we need a vote on that? Because we put that in the chat yesterday. So I don't know if we want to talk about that.
The chat for your meeting.
For our meeting, yeah.
Commissioner Roy, we have no objections in terms of like going over the language here.
I have it here.
Yes, yeah. Yes.
You want me, I can put it.
Yeah,
give me one. Yeah.
Because basically what Commissioner Roy suggested was to, when we look at that section or paragraph 6 of the administrative order, there's a provisor that actually, cites that section of the protocol. And so what she is asking, today is to strike the language that says, however, the additional language that says that is inclusive of the section of the protocol. She would like to replace it by incorporating some sections of the regulations, which is, I believe, 500-160 subsection 3.
That's
so
right.
I see that team, you want to chime in, so feel free to do so.
Yeah.
Thank you. And yes, that is correct. So currently the administrative order, or the purpose of that order, is to require all licensees to submit one test sample for all compliance testing for that production batch. So as currently written in paragraph 6 of the administrative order, the first half of that paragraph articulates that licensee shall not create multiple test sample packages from the same marijuana or marijuana product source package for compliance testing panels. We then carve out, provided, however, licensees may create one additional test sample package per source package for the purposes of quality control samples pursuant to section 5.4 of the protocol. So in this, in Commissioner Roy, in your suggested language here, we would strike that proviso because, as we've discussed, there is no functionality for licensees to be able to create those quality control samples in accordance with section 5.4 of the protocol. However, as we discussed yesterday, and as you were suggesting and you're proposing here for consideration, this additional language, which I can read for the group as well. So the beginning would remain the same, and we would change the proviso at the end. So provided, however, that the commission may require licensees to create additional test sample packages from the same marijuana or marijuana product source package for the purposes of additional compliance testing necessitated to protect the public health or safety in accordance with 935 CMR 500-160 subsection 3 and 935 CMR 501-160 subsection 3. And I believe the intent there is really to just carve out and clarify that while licensees, for the purposes of their compliance testing, could only create one sample, the commission still retains the right in our regulations, but also clarifying in the context of this administrative order that we can still dictate additional compliance samples to be taken from that same source package. So they are not entirely restricted into one sample. And I can read, just for clarification as well, what section 160 sub 3 states. And that is the commission may, at its discretion, require additional testing where necessitated to safeguard the public health or public safety and so identified by the commission. So I do believe that we would have that authority regardless, but it makes sense in the context of this administrative order, just for clarity, make sure that everybody's under the same impression that despite the fact that they can only create one test sample package, we may still require licensees under certain circumstances to create additional test sample packages.
Can you remind us what some of those additional circumstances might be?
Yeah, of course, Acting Chair. And so as articulated in the regulations too, they specifically talk about public health or public safety concerns, and the commission really utilizing our discretion as we're identifying maybe particular facts or circumstances that would require additional testing to confirm those facts or circumstances. If we received complaints, as we were just talking about, or the board was discussing earlier, that we need to follow up on, there would be an initial compliance test sample that was taken initially, and we would just not want there to be confusion or hesitation by licensees or even staff as they're looking at that, trying to interpret it, that they could not require additional test samples. But I do think the language is clear here, and the clarifying language that Commissioner Roy is proposing as well would articulate that.
Okay. Chief, go ahead.
Yeah, so if I may, so we do see utility in this, is, sort of having this in a compliance toolbox or investigative toolbox to have this as well. Because I think one of the things that, we need to, as the mandate requires to have, to focus on public health and public safety, is that, let's say, for example, there is a complaint that's lodged related to total yeast and mold. This could be a tool that we utilize to be able to follow up on those complaints and things of that nature post-market. So I think it is something for the board to also consider as well having this discussion.
Okay. Very awesome.
Good, thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Camargo, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say that makes sense, and you all support that amendment.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy, for putting that together as.
Yeah. So I guess my question is, unless there are no other questions, you all set? Oh, okay. Draft, bear with me for just a second. So the motion we have is to amend administrative order number 4, requiring licensees to submit full panel test sample for required compliance testing by striking paragraph 6 and replacing it with the following language. I don't have Commissioner Roy's kind of proviso on the end of that language, but if you're okay with it, we can add that to the language, which right now just says licensees shall not create multiple test sample packages from the same marijuana or marijuana product source package for compliance testing panels.
Do you want me to read her?
Yeah.
And we have her proviso, which I'll read as part of that motion. If you're comfortable, you've seen that language, are you comfortable with that language?
So, if I may, Chair Stebbins, I think the thing is with because we had worked with the legal department and the legal department did come up with the motion language, but anyways, looking at, the language that, that Commissioner Roy is incorporating into the administrative order now, that would suffice in terms of, it does take care of both ends, but as a matter of fact, if it's a situation where the board chooses to choose one over the other, in terms of if we stick with incorporating the language from 160 subsection 3, that's fine too. But I think in preparation of our previous discussions that we had with the legal department, that's what they prepared, but we are comfortable with incorporating just Commissioner's Roy's language as well. But we defer to GC for that.
Okay, GC, you're up.
Thank you, Acting Chair. Yeah, to be clear, I had not seen the proposed language until just a few minutes ago. I have no objections to this language, and I have dropped it in the script.
Okay.
So, you're welcome to proceed with either one.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Roy, you all set?
Good, thank you.
And Commissioner Camargo? Anything else from the team? Last call, Geneve, anything? Okay. All right. No further discussion. I will seek a motion to direct the executive director to amend administrative order number 4, requiring licensees to submit full panel test sample for required compliance testing by striking section 6 and replacing it with the following language. Licensees shall not create multiple test sample packages from the same marijuana or marijuana product source package for compliance testing panels, provided, however, that the commission may require licensees to create additional test sample packages from the same marijuana or marijuana product source package for the purposes of additional compliance testing necessitated to protect public health or safety in accordance with 935 CMR 500.1603 and 935 CMR 501.1603. Commissioner Camargo, would you make that motion?
So moved.
Commissioner Roy, would you second that motion?
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
And Commissioner Stebbins votes aye, 3 in favor, none opposed. All set? Thank you. All right. Next item is executive session minutes. We have 7 sets of executive session minutes. If there are comments or questions or we need to discuss these, we would need to enter executive session. Are there comments or questions on these? Okay. I will seek a motion or pursuant to General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 21A7 and General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 22FG. I seek a motion to enter into executive session to review executive session meeting minutes Do I have such a motion, Commissioner Camargo?
So moved.
Do I have a second, Commissioner Roy?
Again.
Let the record show the motion was made by Commissioner Camargo, seconded by Commissioner Roy. Any questions or comments? Hearing none on the motion that has been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins votes aye, 3 in favor, none opposed. Record show the motion was approved unanimously. We will now transition into executive session. For the record, the individuals participating in the session will be the 3 commissioners, our executive director, our general counsel, deputy general counsel, associate general counsel, and paralegal. As a reminder, the commission will reconvene in open session. So we will adjourn into executive session.
Use a quick restroom.
Executive.
Travis, this is
There
training,
you go.
Travis, get it right.
It's green. Betsy, you hear me okay? All right, Betsy, we're back. There she is. Okay. Thank my colleagues for out of executive session. Again, this topic is returning to the agenda. This is executive session minutes that we need to approve. The dates of these are 9/14, 9/19, 10/20, 10/10, 10/25, November 1st, November 7th, November 14th, all of 2023. I would at this time seek a motion to approve the executive session minutes for September 14th, 2023, September 29th, 2023, October 10th, 2023, October 25th, 2023, November 1st, 2023, November 7th, 2023, and November 14th, 2023, and direct the legal department to prepare these minutes for public release subject to redaction. Do I have such a motion, Commissioner Camargo?
So moved.
Do I have a second, Commissioner Roy?
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. Any further comments or questions?
Could you drop
Commissioner Roy?
language in the chat?
Sure. Make sure I'm in the right place. I'm not in the right. Council, could you drop that into the chat? Sorry.
Sure, Roy's. Sorry for the large font.
I like.
Someone's mic is still on the computer.
Thank you.
Okay.
I don't.
Is that any better?
Or sign off. Of
Oh, it was me.
Sign out of the meeting. Sure, it seems like you're speakers are on zero on my mic. That's me, sorry.
Okay. All right. Motion made by Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Roy, you second.
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. Any further conversations or questions? Seeing none, do a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo, Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins votes aye, 3 in favor, none opposed. All right. Thank you. Thank you, legal. Back. Bear with me. All right. You're now down to item number 11, new business. The chair did not anticipate a time of posting. There is no new business that was not anticipated that we needed to discuss since the posting of this agenda. Item number 12, next meeting dates, March 27th, 2025 is a public meeting. I would welcome my colleagues' support that we could post that for 9:30 to try to get an earlier start. On the 27th, the main topic will be to discuss regulatory framework for social consumption. You see the rest of our meetings, April 10th, May 8th, May 22nd, June 12th, July 10th, August 14th, September 11th, September 23rd, October 9th, October 23rd, November 13th, and December 11th. Okay, so thank all my colleagues for their work. Also in the packet was the government affairs update report. If there's no further business or nothing else we need to discuss, I will entertain a motion to adjourn. Commissioner Camargo? Commissioner,
Oh,
so move.
it's 5:25. So moved.
And Commissioner Roy, do we have a second?
I have a question.
Okay.
The questions we submitted to the research department, will those be discussed publicly?
I think research was planning just to post those. I don't know if they planned to bring them back, but I can check with.
Okay.
Johnson.
Okay, thank you. Second.
Okay, motion made and seconded. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none. Roll call vote, Commissioner Camargo, Commissioner Roy,
Hi.
and Commissioner Stebbins votes aye, 3 in favor, none opposed. We are adjourned.
So much. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner. Thanks, Dan. You know who's on. I don't think.